Yep. Back again. Had to get right now, people. Much love and respect to all my supporters on YouTube. Remember to subscribe, like, share. Remember to tell a friend to tell a friend. We're gonna break down some information right now, and definitely we need to. I need to do this. I have to do this because some of these information, some of this stuff, people just don't care about now because they're so caught up in modern day philosophies and everything that's brand new to them. But the truth is, everything you're looking at right now has been here for a long time. So we have to have overstanding in life, and I'm gonna drop this on my timeline before I even get into this video. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this on my timeline. This is too real. It has to be shared publicly, you know, without casting judgment on people. This is information that shows you why we are where we are as a nation of people today. And this is why I like sharing this type of information. That's why, I speak on these topics because it's just too real. So right now I'm about to drop it. Yeah, I like this. Cool. Let me post that real quick. Holy crap, I posted the wrong one. Ha! Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the right link. Trip it. Hold up, people. Let me get the right link real quick. Gotta post the right link. Well, yeah, man, I definitely am waiting for my people to jump in anyway. I need a couple people come chill up with me so we can touch on some topics. Because what I realize is some of these, when people putting out information on these things, they usually run from the actual facts. Yeah, the actual facts. Certain little things. I mean, not everything, but they run from certain little small details. And I'm going to get into that. I promise not to cut the video, but I'm going to have to pause it to touch on some of these facts, some of these things I'm speaking of. Definitely. Because I can see that a lot of people, the way they tell stories, they run past the real facts. That's why I like this particular movie, and I'm going to do my best to pass this information on, because people just don't pass on information like this anymore. Don't know why, but let me go ahead and drop this. Just for the people who like watching with me, Straight up. Alright, let's get into it now. Not waste no more time, not doing too much. We're just gonna get into it, Yeah. Let's get that. Big up to my fam out there, supporters. Like, share, tell a friend, tell a friend. Let's get it. Let's get it.
At the turn of the 20th century, parts of Oklahoma had the richest per capita wealth of any place on earth. It was dubbed the oil capital of the world, the Magic City, the City of Dreams. Among those who traveled to Tulsa was a young teacher named Mary Kokosch.
I came to Tulsa from Rochester, New York in 1918. I had lived in the town since girlhood and many opportunities to make money. But I came because of the wonderful cooperation I observed among my people, especially among my businessmen and women. Their face seemed to wear a smile. After spending years of struggle and sacrifice, people had begun to look upon Tulsa as the Negro metropolis of the Southwest. Going north to Archer Street for 2 more blocks, one could see nothing but Negro businesses. Going east to DePaul, Green Avenue, the Negro Wall Street. There were halls of beauty and splendor, and the schools and churches were well attended. It was a city in the city. And some of this newspaper took pride in Little Africa.
The reason at the time that were racist, inspired by racists from the National Guard to the Klan controlling the legislature. When he spoke with blacks were to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And they did. They did. The money in our community didn't turn over judicial 3 or 4 times. It turned over 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times. There was legitimate and illegitimate money to be made that fueled that economy. So my community was the Vegas of the 20. It was roaring.
I can remember when I was a child, the Ku Klux Klan, there were probably, in my opinion, a couple thousand of them that would all roll up with their hoods on, their gowns, and all, and women, and men, and children. They had little children, maybe 3 feet high. They were all rolled up and rolled on somebody's hand. They would march too. Usually, they would form up on about 7th Street and Main, and there someplace, and then the police would clear all of the cars off of Main Street, and they would march and they would fill the street from curb to curb. And it seemed like thousands of them. It might be 2,000. I don't remember.
We used to go up and watch the Ku Klux Klan in their rally on top of Standpipe Hill. And they were in their white robes and their pointed cap attire. And we used to just watch them. They had their torches burning, having a meeting. We knew not to get too close to them.
The Klan was founded in 1865 to intimidate Southern blacks in the post-Civil War South. The reign of terror lasted 15 years, but as the movement died out, a legend did not alive remained. Aging Civil War veterans told heroic stories of how the Klan had saved the South from domination by Negroes and Mormon contractors. By 1915, there was no Klan in America. 3 months later, an extraordinary event took place that resurrected Klan and its legend. The event was the release of a pioneering motion picture, D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation. It was based on a best-selling book called The Klansman. In many cases, Klan recruitment ads ran next to movie ads. Birth of a Nation played to 15 million people, approximately half of the population of the United States. It played across Oklahoma.
Whoa. You hear that? Did you hear that? Now, it's important to note that what they just said, Klan commercials, recruitment commercials, played right after movies or right in between other commercials, regular, everyday commercials on TV. So when these people were recruiting their Klan members, damn, they were recruiting them from commercials on TV. So you see how big that shit was. They were trying to get their whole shit together against us. You dig? So this is to let people know what the heck is going on today. If you look back then, you would start to see all of their bullshit right now that they're doing. You understand what I'm saying? You see all of the shit they do. Right now, we still have a bunch of KKK people on this earth right now. See? Don't want nobody feel like it's a second guess thing. Or just because I'm in Jamaica, I shouldn't have a right to address certain topics or subjects because I've lived in America for a while. Now, next thing I want people to know is these same Ku Klux Klan people, prejudice, hateful people, be coming right in your face. They would be right here on the beaches of Jamaica, lounging. So, just want everybody to know, to pay attention to your past so you could be more overstanding of what's going on in your present and future coming. See? So you get to know what's going on because it's a tricky world. And you might think these people like you, but it's best for you to just love yourself and carry yourself in a way where you're defensive against all outside enemy possibilities of enmity and envious jealousy within the nation, prejudice and racism and that type of stuff. You have to be careful because these people are the same people that will send your own people to kill you. You get me? They will pay your own people to kill you. And it's been seen over and over within the death of the messianic black figure or Nubian leader. You feel what I'm saying? It's always somebody who rise up, they always get struck down. How they get struck down? It's always these people up there in the top paying your own people to come and get rid of you. Seeing? Sometimes your own friends, they'll pay your own friends to kill you, okay? So you got to be paying attention to all the information from back then to know what's going on now. You have to understand that these people didn't just up and disappear. They had children and taught their children the same things that they think about. The same prejudice that they carry, they taught their children that prejudice. The same hate that they carry in their heart, Rainier, they taught their children that hate. All the stuff you're seeing right now is because of all of these philosophies that these people carry. Remember, we had Nubian family people who used to walk in Africa and didn't have no shame of their bodies. They didn't have no type of nothing they were hiding. The sun reflected and shine upon them every day and their beautiful skin. They got all that energy. Now we got all these little stuck up people talking about all this stupid ass shit like they know something because they got a fancy dress and a suit and a tie and all that shit. They think that's everything because they got a suit and a tie and a job and they work at some fucking 9 to 5 and they think that's life. They think that's the biggest shit in the world and but let me tell you what's real. That's the shit you were taught. You're supposed to take off your goddamn shirt and go stand up in that damn sun. You're supposed to go out there and get that sun on your skin. Meanwhile, everybody teaching you to be a old puppet ass person and be out here trying to flaunt success and materialistic stuff. Look what the real successful people are doing. They fucking naked on the beach. So let's be honest of what's really going on and pay attention to what's really going on. Because it's a lot of blinded stuff out here. You know, people think they know everything, but we're going to keep this going. We're going to keep this information going. Rainier, big up Rainier, much love, my super fan. We don't worry about people that criticize us, Rainier, because guess what? We see exactly where their mind and head is at. You see what I did on that post earlier when I seen that message, what I said? Is because we observe things and we know what people's minds. It's funny how people will pass all your positive things that you do and say just to find one piece nugget of shit they could fucking try to disrespect you for. You feel me? Something about a butt, a girl's ass that's not showing the insides of her asshole or her vagina clit, but it's actually showing just her shape and figure and something you see on a regular nowadays. Not that I'm sitting here spreading propaganda or I'm sitting here spreading this. No, I don't spread porno. This is like 1 or 2 pictures where I got girls in bikinis that was coming from the beach. And here's the funny shit for some of these little fucking nerdo dummy brains, because they claim to be smart, but they're dumb as shit, so they're nerd dummies. Listen, here's something to analyze about these dummies. They go to the beach. I'm pretty sure they've been to the beach once in their life. Or maybe a pool. I'm pretty sure they've been to a fucking pool. Now, when you go to a pool or the beach, what the fuck do women wear, you fucking nerdy dummy? Out there for all the people that don't get this type of shit, like they just don't think. What the fuck do women wear when you go to the pool, man? What do women wear when you go to the beach, man? They wear freaking bikinis, homie. Seeing? Homie, homeboy, Homer Simpson ass. Look, addressing this dude earlier on. Not that you'll probably never see this video, but I just gotta say it for all the nerdy dummies out there. Women wear bikinis at the pool and the beach. I've lived in Jamaica since I was a baby. I'm born here, and from the moment my mama took me to the beach, I was seeing women's ass out in bikinis, thongs, all that shit. So I don't want no little dumbass motherfucker off of Facebook to come address me about why they got to show ass on some of their photographs or artwork. Mother stupid ass. Look, we're addressing a picture having to do. Maybe the girls are coming from the beach and they snap the pictures beside us like that, and that's what we wanted to use. What's the big issue there? Is your dumbass can't fucking see the positive stuff that's going on, but that's you find a nugget of shit to try to comment on, and that shows you their mentality, Rainier. So I'm trying to show you how these people think and how they move. They're strategic in destroying us and tearing us down in anything they could find, and that's to show you how white supremacy got these fuckers' mind. They search for any nugget to fuck you up. This video is gonna show you what they used to try to destroy a nation building, trying to resurrect themselves from slavery and suffering and poverty that they were placed in by another nation of people. And then how much hate these people carry for us, that they would tear us down for anything they could find. Even if they can't find nothing, they make something to tear us down. So right now, we're still in that struggle. Even though people try to pretend like, oh, racism, oh, it's all, man, it's well alive. These KKK fuckers are still out. Their kids are still out here lurking, trying to murder us, trying to hate us for nothing. And we have to stand guard and be respectful of our life and our family and know what the fuck we dealing with and stop being blind to this shit until your son or your sister or your mother gets shot down. Because that's what's going on. A lot of these people, they so pussyfoot. They wait till they get shot, till their kid get killed before they start fucking want to fight and stand up for something. Until then, their ass is sitting in a fucking corner watching the movie like it's a game, thinking, oh, well, it's not me, so it doesn't bother me that much because it ain't me going through the problems. It's not me suffering here. It's not me. It's not my kid that got shot. It's their kid. So let them handle that. And that's some fucked up mentality for people to have. That's the reason why suffering continues. That's the reason why hate continues. You got these little dumbass niggas that always want to sit to the corner and talk about that nigga. He's stupid because you trying to do something with your life. You got a fucking a vision and a mission that you want. You're trying to get somewhere. You got all these little fuckers that's gonna criticize you. Talk about that nigga trying to act like he's somebody. He trying to act like he doing it. Trying to act like. That's what they always say. The dumbass niggas. That's what they always. He trying to act like. Yeah, he trying to act like y'all. Niggas, shut the fuck up and go get a job, brother, sister. Go get a fucking job. That's what you need to do. Get to work. Get to building a fucking business. Create something. Build with the fucking nigga instead of disrespecting and shitting on the same dude you should have built with. And that's the fucking white supremacy brainwashing of some of you fucking what you call Negroes. Because your fucking elbow and your knee grows. The fuck? See? And so get out of the brainwashing. Here, this is for free people thinking. I'm a free person. I think freely, I speak freely. If you're free, you can listen to me without fear and without prejudice and without hate in your heart and enmity. That's why I love Rainier so much. Because one of the only person I found in the world that I could just deal with straight up about everything, and she overstands and she just straight up know where I'm coming from because she sees it with her own eyes. She doesn't play blind. She doesn't pretend with me. And that's why I love her so much as a sister. I love that woman. She's just a straight up person, and I really appreciate love having her in my life. Somebody who is honest and real. You just need people like that with you that you could connect with. You just need real people to connect with. We're tired of fake ass people in this world sometimes. And we just want to connect with real because we know what we're talking about is factual. Big up Lorraine. Much love, my sis. Much love for coming in. Seeing we talking about some real life again. The struggle is real. People, we go through ups and downs. But nobody should be here criticizing you for the way you look or what you think out your own mind and your opinions. So, what I'm saying? I just wanted to mention how much I love her, respect you. I say, Rainier, big up yourself for real, for standing by me in the struggle. And, it felt like I had nobody there for me at some points when I was going through certain things. I had friends just sitting back like, yeah, I don't even know if they give a fuck to even check on me to really know if I'm going through nothing that they could help me with. And that's when I realized I really don't have a lot of friends like I think I do. A lot of these fuckers that you think are your friends are not. They're just there lingering in your fucking business. That's what they are. They're minding your business. You got a lot of people like that in the world who sit around you and linger and wait for you to see if they could use you for some shit. They'll never ever really be there for you. They'll be there for themselves. You call those motherfuckers opportunists, and they're looking for an agenda to fulfill where maybe you could help them without unknowingly. You get what I'm saying? Like unknowingly help them. So they might be using people. And these fucking scammers too are out there. So you think you got friends on a friend list sometime and it ain't nothing but a bunch of fuckers watching your business, see what they could get from you or what they could find out about you and laugh about. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no real fucking people. It's fucking a bunch of users and scammers. So be careful online. Remember, we're still online here. We're still on the internet where you got a bunch of fuckers that are not who they say they are, posing as somebody else, watching your business and watching you and pretending like something straight, okay? So be careful of these fuckers. We're still on the internet. So don't take these people's word for what the fuck they're trying to tell you. And don't trust nobody on this bitch, Lorraine. You dig what I'm saying? Don't just get on here and think, oh, these people are cool. No. Don't take any story until you could confirm it like with us, or you could deal with the reality. You see, are we straight up? I could talk online. I could show my face. You see me. You know who I am. I've confirmed my identity online. So the respect is demanded. But you got these fuckers that are posing 24/7 that's trying to freaking scam everybody. And we got to watch out for that. We got to watch out for white supremacy who's using information against people. The New World Order is being ushered in. Let's get in the information. Let's push information and support the people, tell them what they need to know so we could be in unity. Because we got family members that's acting like zombies out this bitch, hating us for no reason when we're their fucking kids, we're their sisters and brothers. We got fucking cousins, we got family out here that fucking forgot us and freaking left us in desolation. When our times got hard on us, they fucking ran off, they act like they don't know us, they talk shit behind our backs, they talk all this. You got fake ass friends talking behind your back, calling you fool, idiot, saying you ain't you this and you that, when they could show you love and support you. Instead, they talk negative shit. So this is what we have, the conflict. Continual conflict of people who hate each other because they just can't see the way they love each other because their hearts are conflicted with hate, jealousy, and all the negative shit brought about by white supremacy and philosophies that do not belong to us as a people, but belong to these hateful, self-hating, freaking warmongering Haitian, Caucasians, all these fuckers that are involved in warmongering amongst themselves. They're trying to pass on their shit to us, negativity, to us Nubians, Indians, to all the other nations. They pass on shit. So stop taking their shit and stand up for your goddamn self. And you know what? Another thing is, don't push yourself to be a part of no group with no fake ass people, whether black or white or whatever nation they come from. I don't care who you are. This go for niggas I know in Jamaica, Bumba Clock, anywhere you're living at the blood clock world, pussy, fussy world, whoever. Good person. If you got a bunch of people that gather together and sit down and talk about people business, especially man, you sit down and chat people business, you're a batty man, dog. A man you fuck or a woman. Let's be clear. What is you doing? Anyway, I don't spend on topics like that too long, but when some men sit down and talk about you would come in like you have some pussy on you. Like as a man, if a man, like me as a man, and woman too, when you sit down and talk and discuss women's business and talk them behind their back and disrespect them, don't you see that's besides you? You need to go start a family, you need to find love, man and woman, and share gifts of life, and just whatever, to share that love, even if that's all you have is a spiritual love. That's all we need. But they want to sit back and no, it's not even that they're judging Lorraine. They sit back and they fuck. It's not even judging. You know what it is? Criticism and self-hate. Most of the time they hate themselves, so they can't find it in their heart to love everybody else. They want to hate you too. They want to put you in a little bubble where they like, yeah, you pussy hole idiot, or call you idiot and call you. You understand? And you ain't did shit to these fuckers. You know what that is? They hate them fucking self. And maybe you not around them enough, so they found a reason to fucking start hating on you because they don't see you enough to share in the fucking hate they feel for themselves. You feel me? And that's what's going on. Philosophies and brainwashing. And you got these dumbest zombies running around acting like they know some shit because they got a little job or a 9 to 5. And that's what's going on. They work their little slave job, so they think they could tell you any fucking thing and, oh yeah, that's it because I'm getting paid, I'm getting a check. You dig? Well, I got a job too, motherfuckers, and I ain't out here bragging and boasting on nobody and acting special. You dig what I'm saying, Rainier? You feel what I'm saying, Lorraine? Let's get into the information, because I could go all day about these people and their stupidity out here in the world, or how they freaking criticize each other and judge each other, instead of just love each other and build and support each other. We're supposed to be rising us together. When I'm successful, I could bring up Lorraine and Rainier with me. I could bring up Sam with me. I could bring up all of my family members and cousins who deserve the support. You know what I mean? If I see them that they deserve it, I will definitely invest in them. And that's what it's about. So thank you to the real people on my team. And I realized a lot of my people I thought was friends, they're not friends. Fuck them fake ass people. Big up to Rainier, big up to Lorraine. I don't want to mention no more names as of now, because these are two women that's always with me. Straight the fuck up. Everybody else, you come down in the next line, yo. You cool. I got respect for them, but I know how people are. They be free and they'll never give you their time because they don't love you that much. They hating on you and carrying feelings for you. So Rainier and Lorraine, y'all my special motherfucking two, and I love y'all. Just want y'all to know. Y'all give me the time of day. Y'all rock with me regardless of what I'm going through, up or down. Y'all check on me. And it's good to have people like that in your life. I don't give a fuck. And it ain't about skin color too. Some of you black women out here criticizing everybody. I don't give a fuck what you think. If I had the chance, I'd marry Lorraine and Rainier. I had them as my goddamn wives. Fuck the goddamn skin color shit. Cause guess what? Whether you black or white woman, if you don't show me the attention and love I need as a man, I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm leaving your ass the fuck behind. And I'm getting me a Rainier or a Lorraine. Somebody will be there for me. Fuck that shit. Fuck, I'm out here struggling with a black woman that doesn't love me and care enough to give me the time of day. You get what I'm saying? Fuck that. That's being honest. So anyway, let's move on to this information right here, yo. Love y'all like cook food, my super fans. Much love. I can't wait to get more shit to give y'all. You know, send y'all some paychecks and some goddamn t-shirts and hoodies and shit. Maybe I'll be rich enough one day to send y'all some goddamn cars and shit with a bow for your birthday. Cause that's the type of person I am. Fuck white supremacy trying to make me suffer all my goddamn life. All this hard work I done did. They fucking shutting down the internet on me. Changing up algorithms so I don't make no fucking money off of YouTube or nowhere else. That's what they doing. That's how slick these fuckers are. They control the internet. So when we doing good, guess what? They change the algorithm to fuck your shit up so you won't get nowhere. I think that's something they doing. I really do. Because all these fucking white people are getting rich. And I'm here for 10 years doing music and still struggling with money. Why I can't break out? Why? Because I'm independent? Man, that's some fuck shit, bro. That's white supremacy holding me down. And I know it. They could call me crazy. They could call me psycho. I don't give a fuck. That's what I feel in my heart. And I'm going to say that shit. Prejudiced ass goddamn people in this world don't want to see too much success from Nubian men or women. They don't want to see too much of us successful. So they push buttons to hold us back. That's what the fuck I feel. Why do I feel it in my spirit if it's not true? Anything my spirit tells me is true. Feel what I'm saying, Lorraine? That's all. I'm just uttering. I gotta say it. I gotta tell y'all what I'm going through. Like the mad rapper. I gotta tell y'all how I feel. I gotta tell y'all what I'm... like the mad rapper. I sound like the mad rapper out this motherfucker. They have niggas out here doing music for 20 years and they ain't made a dollar, yo. Because they just did not giving them the opportunity. Because you ain't signed to the record label that want to own your ass and fuck you in the butt, then send you on the way and tell you, oh, yeah, nigga, the record label dropped you. Anyway, let's get into the information. Lorena don't like to see me too angry. Lorena don't want to see me get mad. I'm just dropping info, mama. I'm not even mad. I'm just speaking it as it is, yo. I don't give a fuck about people thinking or what they saying too, mama. They be calling us names. When you speak your mind and you're outgoing and you speak how you feel, people start fucking sitting back and trying to make it out like you're fucking a lunatic. But the truth is, they're fucking dummies. That's what it is. You know what a dummy is? A motherfucking you ever seen a crash dummy? They put it in cars, then they crash that bitch with. That's what they are. Crash dummies. Because they don't give a fuck about nothing, nor think about nothing, nor try to listen or pay attention. So when shit happens, they just crash. They don't know to see nothing coming. Crash dummy motherfuckers. Don't worry about them type of people. Let them call us psycho. Dumb crash dummy motherfuckers. That's what they are. Trust me. I've been there. I've seen them. I've done that. I hear them. They still talking shit. I don't give a fuck. Me not give a bumbleclot. Let them talk, Lorraine. Let's play this information as soon as I pull up this cancellation of audio over here. Hold on. Shit's taking us a little time. I tell you, man, it's a struggle with our people because you know it's so much hate, but it's all good. It's all around the world. It's not just a local thing. It's been a pandemic of hate for a long time, so we can't expect any better from yeah. Nah, let them be. Everybody sees their end. Mama sees that. Everybody will see their day, Lorraine. You ain't gotta worry about them fuckers. Rainier, I'm about to play this video, get into this information. Come on, let's get it. Listen to this shit now. It's about to be interesting. Movie time. Movie time, super fans. Movie time, Terra Nation. My team Terra super fans right here. See, even in my team, 50% of them fuckers ain't even on the team. They just in the group looking to goddamn expose their own little shit. And that's the reason why it's so hard sometimes. People just don't want to work together. You think they couldn't share my shit? It's burning their hearts to be loving. And that's the problem. So I pay no attention to these people. In the groups, yes, the Team Terra groups. These people in there that sit back and watch what we doing and they're fucking not a part of it. They're not sharing nor supporting. They're just watching. So what I do is I don't pay no attention to none of them fuckers either, cause I see that they're just, them type of fuckers. Yeah, and it's a problem to me, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, it's an issue, but it's not. So I don't even address it. I just leave them fuckers be. I won't give them no attention. They could be getting so much shit done with me, by me too. I could be helping them to make videos. I could be doing stuff for them. But guess what? Selfishness begets more selfishness. Let them fuckers learn the hard way. The more they selfish, is the more they gonna have to do for their fucking self. Because nobody will do nothing for them because they too fucking selfish. And that's what happens. Sometimes you got a good person around you that could do a lot, but you're so fucking selfish, and he sees that selfishness in you, and he just not give you. He just not gonna ever give you shit because he see that you're selfish. That's how it is. Like, even if I'm a fucking millionaire right now, and I'm in a group of 20 people, and I see that 15 of them are some selfish motherfuckers, I'm only gonna fuck with the 5 people. The 5 people that I see that are good hearted, and I see them pushing with that little love, and I see that, I take them 5 names and I write them down and say, these person, that person. And I make sure I get closer to those 5. The next 15, y'all wait until y'all get what the fuck is going on. Y'all could chill. I don't even get to know your name. I don't even try to know their names. I only get familiarized with people that I see showing the love. When I see them showing the love, I familiarize myself. When I see niggas showing hate, I start to forget them fucking names. I don't want to see your name on your face. Straight up, let's get into the information.
The birth of the nation stimulated the organization of the Ku Klux Klan, which in turn maintained a high profile and stirred up many whites to acts of recrimination and of savagery in his period. When you have thousands of white men coming back from World War I, bringing back Souvenir Lewis, Spandau, and Browning's submachine guns, and a variety of other weapons that they brought back from the battlefield. And then they can't find jobs. And the power structure within the city at that time, as was occurring in other cities, would enlist them in the Ku Klux Klan and blame their problems on Jews, African Americans, and Catholics. It was a simple answer to a complex problem for simple people. Meanwhile, they could stand in downtown Tulsa and look at the mansions in Little Africa, in the Black Wall Street, and see it was a typical Monday morning for a 19-year-old black man named Dick Rowland. He worked as a bootblack in the downtown area. Because there was no restroom facilities, Rowland had permission to use the restroom on the top floor of the Drexel building. In order to reach the top floor, he had to use the elevator.
Dick Rowland didn't look down when he went to get on the elevator, and therefore, because of the unevenness of the 2 floors, he stumbled. He started falling, and he reached out to keep breaking fall and touched his operator, and she hollered and raised. And so they arrested, the police came and arrested Dick Rowland about 10 o'clock in the morning. And that afternoon, the Tribune came out and told what happened in the blue building. And after they told what was going to happen, then they said, it looks like there will be a lynching in Tulsa tonight.
The newspaper described Rowland as Diamond Dick and told of an attempted assault upon a poor orphan girl who worked as an elevator operator to pay her way through college. The article said that she had scratches on her hands and face. In fact, she was not an orphan. She had deserted her husband in Kansas City and had served the divorce papers in Tulsa 2 months before. And she was neither scratched nor had touched clothes.
The real incident isn't the incident in the elevator. The real incident is what happens over at the offices of the Tulsa Tribune, which was the city's daily afternoon newspaper. And we know there were a couple articles in it that talked about what happened at the prison. One was a front page article that said something like "Man Negro" or "Attacking a Girl in Elevator." But there was a second article, it might have been an editorial, that we think was called "Too Much Negro Tonight." We don't know really what it said, but we do know from white sources, from black sources, from government officials and others, that there was an article there suggesting that the lynch mob should gather downtown at the lynch stick roll.
Talk of lynching was prevalent throughout the city, and by evening, white crowds began to form around the courthouse. A burning cross was visible on Standpipe Hill, which overlooked North Tulsa and Greenwood. The sheriff took the elevator to the jail, located on the top floor of the courthouse, and set up a barricade. In Greenwood, it was believed that a lynching was imminent. Mob rule without legal consequences was not without precedent in Tulsa. A few months before, a lynching had taken accused killer Ray Belton from the Tulsa jail. Mile-long procession of cars escorted him to a tree on a county road where he was lynched. Local police officers directed traffic. 3 months later, in the town of Holdenville, 70 miles away, a white mob took a black man from the county jail, hanged him from a telephone pole, and riddled his body with bullets. He was accused of attacking a white woman. Wagner, 30 miles from Tulsa, another lynching took place.
A white man down in Wagner, Oklahoma, had him ask a colored girl for sex. And she showed him her price. He had sex and he didn't want to pay her. He didn't pay her. She took out a knife and cut his throat and killed him. So they arrested her. They lynched her. And then they drug her body up and down Main Street in Wagner, Oklahoma. And the Negroes in the community had decided there would not be a lynching in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma, it is not considered a crime for a man to kill a Negro.
Wow.
In recent years, there have been many lynchings in Oklahoma. There is yet to be chronicled the instance where any individual has paid a legal penalty, or where an officer has been removed from office for failure to protect the life of his prisoners from criminal violence. It is perfectly safe at any time and at any place for any considerable number of men together to take a prisoner from the hands of an officer and inflict the penalty of death. Carlos Weekly, June 1921. Most of the news that people received came from their newspapers. It's incredible to look at the content of those newspapers and realize that there was a constant barrage of articles appearing concerning lynchings of black people. This was over and over and over again. In fact, 2 black people a week were being lynched in America at this time.
The evening being a pleasant one, my little girl had not retired, but was watching the people from the window. Occasionally she would call to me, "Mother, look at the cars full of people." I would reply, "Baby, do not disturb me when I read." Finally she said, "Mother, I see many guns." Then I ran to the window and looked out. There I saw many people gathered in little squads, talking excitedly. Going downstairs to the street, I was told of the threatened lynching and that some of our group were going to give added protection to the boy. I am told that this little bunch of black men marched up to the jail where there were already over 500 white men gathered, and that this number would soon swell to over 1,000. Someone fired a stray shot, and to use the expression of John Grant, all hell broke loose.
Okay, people. So let's keep in mind right here that pretty much this is Black Wall Street we're speaking about, which is in Oklahoma at the time. It was a place called Indian. It was pretty much Indian town. You know what I mean? I said black people took it up. They pretty much lived there. Nubians took over that whole place and migrated there because of the what happened after whatever civil war. You know, people were looking to build their homes and have something for themselves. You know, they were dreaming of having something, and this is the land that they went to build up, and then it was invested in by Stratford. I think Stratford. Can't remember the full name. JD Stratford. I'm not sure. I'm sure it will pop up hopefully in this documentary. But the investments of him and another brother, you know, they were already multi-millionaires. One of them bought 40 acres. Maybe this is where the 40 acres and the mule came from. Maybe it was there before that. I don't know. He bought 40 acres there. And that's when the business, they started booming. Black Wall Street started booming. And pretty much what happened was, let me get back here. I think they were under watch the whole time when it started booming because it became the biggest oil state in America, right? So yeah, let's get into the information. It's a lot they're gonna say, but I wanted to point out certain things that is already missed before this happened, you know. So it was already going on. There was already Black Wall Street that started booming already, and I think they used this one incident to incite a riot to attack the people of Greenwood, Oklahoma, so they could destroy what was built there because it was the wealthiest place at the time, you know, as far as Nubian people, what they call African American. So yeah.
The first one was shot on Main Street, right in front of the biggest picture palace. His falling brought the crowd to a halt. They just stood and looked at him. 3 or 4 ambulances climbed down to the place, but the crowd turned on them and showed their guns. One said, "Don't touch this blankety blank." The ambulance workers didn't quite know what to do, so they turned off their engines and just stood there, blocking the street. Then there was a whoop a block away. Some of the Negroes had tried to organize and get their friend. The crowd surged forward, trampling him on the sidewalk who was about dead. He lay, writhing on the sidewalk under a billboard from which smiled innocently the face of Mary Pickford, America's sweetheart.
America's sweetheart while they murdered.
The police department.
You know what's funny? They're screaming American sweetheart and all this stuff, and you see pictures and billboards of the dream land of opportunity. Even back then, while they were murdering black people and lynching them for nothing, just finding any little reason to murder because you're dark. You know? And now, this modern time, you have to think about that on a certain level to understand that you still got these men. I call them men. Yeah, they're men. They call themselves men. But to me, men stand for a certain term. It also could mean like bitch. To me, men and bitch is almost like the same thing to how I observe human beings and to how men treat each other and the rules they set to tear each other apart. I think men are bitches. And I think that the society and the government are bitches. I think they're all a bunch of fucking hypocritical, selfish, egotistical shitbags that will eventually croak and forget that they will have to die and go back to the earth, which they shouldn't even go back to. I believe these fuckers are so grimy and dirty in the if they have the mentality to destroy people and a nation for the way they look or whatever the fuck, carry jealousy for these people for building and trying to live a life, I think they don't even deserve to go back to the fucking earth. I think they should just be burnt and their bones and everything should be just goddamn consumed in some type of way where it doesn't even touch the earth again. Fuck them. Real talk. If you have that mentality to destroy people for nothing, people just to hate motherfuckers for nothing, you should fucking just disappear in a certain way. Like you should be putting a machine that just disintegrate their ass and get rid of the fucking them. Fucking hateful ass people. What the fuck for? You know what I'm saying, Rainier? You think about the shit these people do on her. Like one incident like this. Okay, a dude was said to assault a white woman. Yeah, this is back when Jim Crow law was crazy, right? Yeah. One dude assault a white woman. She's alive though. They couldn't find a scratch on the motherfucking bitch. On that white fucking trailer trash bitch. Yeah, I'ma say it because it's always one of them fucking low graded, nasty fucking KKK, Hitler type fucking white women that always incite shit for them to come and try to murder or lynch black Nubian people, even back then. It's the same way to this fucking day. I guarantee you, when you see certain shit, it be behind closed doors. It be the same KKK bitch, German Shepherd motherfucker that's initiating that shit with the hateful ass mind. You feel what I'm saying? I call that bitch a German Shepherd. This bitch don't have a scratch on her, but she incited a whole fucking war. But I guarantee you it wasn't her alone. I guarantee you they just used her. They just used her as a scapegoat because they wanted to attack a long time ago. See, they slick. Remember what I said about them finding any nugget they can to destroy you? That's what it's about, Rainier. Remember, just like that post, Rainier, where the dude found that one little thing talking about ass? It's the same shit. They looking for any nugget to tear you down. And that's the nugget in this is a dude in an elevator with a white woman. That started a whole fucking, supposed to incite a whole riot in which these people come in and tear down your whole town, burn your buildings down and kill hundreds of people because a dude assaulted a girl that you can't find a scratch on her. Her vagina is not bleeding. She's not hurt. He didn't even touch her titty. Nothing more than that white prejudiced bitch got a fucking KKK father and he taught her and schooled her in how to freaking go about tearing down the African American, the Nubian man. Feel me? And that's what the fuck it was. Maybe the dude's lips was a little bit too big for her to stand, and she just wanted to scream and holler because his lips were too big or some shit. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what incited this whole shit. So you telling me that one case make hundreds and thousands of white people want to come and destroy a progressive city of black people? One incident like that, and they couldn't find a scratch on the damn German Shepherd bitch. Now, this is not hate speech. This is just a fact. This is a fact. She is an evil woman. For all women that set up this type of shit are evil, because their fathers were evil and they taught them to be evil. So yes, let it be. You know what I'm saying? YouTube, you know, it is what it is. You know, white supremacy. You're out there fighting against us for the longest time. It's on the right. We stand up and speak the truth. You know, and that's all that's going on. Give me a second here. This damn computer, I always want to slow down when I need it to move. Yeah, but let's keep the story going then, huh?
Commissioned 500 special deputies. These could best be described as Klan deputies. The only prerequisite is that they must be white. Most were not even asked their names or addresses. One black man was erroneously sworn in.
It occurred to me I could get sworn in as one of the special deputies. It was easy. My skin was apparently white, and that was it. After some 50 or 60 of us had been sworn in, a villainous-looking man remarked casually, even with a note of happiness in his voice, "Now you can go out and shoot any nigger you see.
Wow.
The law will be behind you."
Hear that?
The Ku Klux Klan mob, having largely been made up of veterans, began to militarily organize themselves. And they divided down into squads and ran a skirmish line along Archer.
After watching the men unload on First Street, where we could see them from our windows, we heard such a buzz and noise that I ran to the door to get a better view of what was going on. The first our eyes beheld made our pause stand still for a moment. There was a great shadow in the sky, and upon a second look, we discerned that this cloud was caused by fast approaching airplanes. It dawned upon us that the enemy had organized a night and played the Germans invaded France and Belgium. Looking south out a window of what then was the Woods building, we saw carloads of men with rifles unloading up near First Street. Then the truth dawned upon us that our men were fighting in vain to hold their dear Greenwood, Mary Parish. The whites were given a signal by a whistle, and the outrage took place. All of this happened while innocent Negroes were slumbering and did not have the least idea they would fall victims to such brutality. At the sound of another whistle, more than a dozen airplanes went up and began to drop turpentine balls on the Negro residences, while 5,000 whites with machine guns and other deadly weapons fired in all directions. Negro men, women, and children began making haste to flee safety, but to no avail, as they were met on all sides with volleys of shot. They were killed in great numbers as they ran trying to flee to safety. Torchlights were used to burn up the Negro settlement, and in the meantime they used large trucks loading up pianos, Victrolas, and other articles that were left in the Negro homes. A.H.
They backed truck up to the vacated Negro homes and loaded everything moved, and the value, every bit of money found on their persons was taken. Masonic rings were removed from the fingers, watches and chains from their persons. In fact, everything.
So you see the reality of what's really going on here. This was not just a riot. This was a robbery. It was a fucking robbery, fam. It was an attack robbery and looting. Okay? So I want African Americans, Nubian people. I want Nubian people to overstand. Alright? I want black people everywhere, whatever you call yourself, black people, brown people. I want all people who know this information to understand that this Black Wall Street was a fucking setup. It was a robbery. Every incident of it. See, these people have been working just like CIA internally to destroy for the longest time. It has been, it must be in their blood. I don't know what it is, but for you to have a mob of people that could think that way and be so negative and ready to destroy shows you that these motherfuckers got some type of vampirism in their whole mentality. They want to eat people. They want to eat you. They want to see you dead and burning. They want to see you up there suffering for any little reason. Oh, you scratched something. You walked across the street the wrong way. Lynch nigga. That's how they was back then. You feel me? It was an attack on your brownness, your blackness, your whatever you consider your African, you being you. And here's the funny thing: they didn't care if you were light skin either. So all you people out there is talking about light skin, dark skin. Motherfucker, when the Ku Klux Klan catch you, they don't give a fuck how dark you are. They look at how big your lips are. They see you a nigga. They see you got kinky hair. They got, they ready to murder you. So that's how it was, and I think it still is some type of backlash of that right now. It's still a little sprinkling of these fuckers out there, definitely hiding in plain sight. Okay, like Donald Trump type shit. Not to mention, the Gates, all these people. I don't know what they're really up to. Everybody think they might be good people because they give some money to some foundation. But let me break down something for you people that don't understand how charity works. Sometimes people give charity to a certain organization, or it might be the AIDS Foundation or the Heart Research, and it looks like they're doing good, but they're just giving charities to an organization that helps them with something else. It's called backdoor secrecy works, politics, policies, and what you also call tax write-offs. That's all that is. So when you see all that charity work by these rich people, don't think they're good people because they're doing charity work. Learn that. Not everybody that's giving away something is good people. Sometimes they just do that for public, for people to see and think they're good people. So you have to know these analogies, and these people have been doing this for a long time. Pay attention.
The material nature preparatory to the cruel initiation, which had not yet ended, was taken from them. And so, penniless, in a destitute condition,
It was a robbery. It was a robbery. If they come and destroy a city of Nubians, of people that's building, if they come and destroy the city, they come in. Why would you line up these people with your arms and search their pockets, take their watches, their rings, their paintings, their pianos out of their house? Then they robbed also the banks. So pay attention to this Black Wall Street. They call it the Tulsa lynching, but this is the actually the destruction of Black Wall Street, the robbery. It was a highway robbery, Lorraine. Okay? All right. Rainia, pay attention, mama. It was a robbery. Let it be known now that this shit wasn't just as they say, talking about a damn riot. It was an attack and a robbery to destroy what these people built and what they had because they were getting wealthy. All teeth and blood clot people. And then they act like they're so fucking honest. Like they're so, truthful about anything when they're telling pure fucking lies. Bunch of fake ass news. Distracting people with fuckery. Putting out diseases that they created in labs. And then running around the world telling people, oh, it came from a bat. Fucking disgusting people. Disgusting. These people are fucking disgusting. They're an embarrassment to the earth itself. Feel what I'm saying? And I know the universe is actually crying that these people live on this motherfucker.
Once they framed that skirmish line, they marched into the north side of the downtown area, and they shot everybody they could find. They burned every home, but not before looting it first. They burned every business. They burned every car. They burned everything. Systematically. Block by block, house by house. They went all the way through the city. At the same time, the telephone lines were cut, the telegraph lines were cut, and the railroad leading into Tulsa was blockaded. There was no way to communicate what was going on in Tulsa with anybody else because it was very easy to cut the city off. And that's exactly what the mayor and the city commission and the Ku Klux Klan wanted, because it gave them the opportunity to clean out the entire African-American area of the city without being interfered with. And they were doing it very systematically.
Systematically. So you see, I'm saying it my way because I'm a brown man. I'm gonna say it how I feel it, or how I know how to say it. But you hear what that man that's a white man just saying that shit. That they destroyed that shit, they surrounded that shit, cut them the fuck off, that they couldn't communicate out. They couldn't get nobody to come support them because nobody knew what was going on. They cut them off and went there and destroyed them. Just the black part. Just the black part. Just Black Wall Street. Okay? Because that wealth and whatever they're building, they didn't want to see that shit. Man, that's fucking crazy. And that shows you the depth of these fuckers and how they work. The negative stigma that still lingers to this day. This is a part of that history. And this is why I'm playing this video. And that's why I'm putting out this information. It's important that people know what's going on and what's lingering. And they try to hide all this shit too on top of it to show you the real ultimatums or the real fucking agendas.
Looted stores and pawn shops for guns and ammunition. But they also took walking suits, tools, tires, and jewelry. Thousands of whites would occasionally venture into the black area, shooting indiscriminately.
And I said to my mother, I said, Mama, we better get out of here because they're white are burning the places and killing people, and they're going to kill us.
And we were sitting around and people kept going, they just open the gate and come on through and go on out the back. And Mama said, what are you people running for? And you don't know where you're going? They said, no, they're killing over us and burning the town down over the hill.
The technique varied with different groups of Islam, but the general procedure was to go up to a door and put a gun against the lock and blow it off. The flimsy doors would have smashed easily enough, but this was gun night. Once inside the cabin, everything breakable was broken. Trunks, bureau drawers torn open, pictures and telephones wrenched off the walls and trampled. They didn't often find anyone in the houses, because by now the blacks were scurrying ahead of the horror out into the country beyond the town. But sometimes they did find someone, with whom they dealt. When they had smashed enough, they scattered around with kerosene and threw some lighted matches into the mess. If this particular cabin didn't burn well, it would be reset presently by the blaze of the one next door. The houses the mob set fire to without breaking in first were really most unlucky. Because sometimes there were people in panic, paralyzed, people who didn't realize with all the noise and fright that the house was on fire, not until it was too late to get out.
There's a black veteran who could not believe that this mob would kill a veteran. And as the mob got closer to his home, he put on his uniform and stood out in the front yard at attention. The mob killed him and burned his house.
Damn.
In a frenzy of destruction and violence, black corpses were tied to the bumpers of
Damn. So you see that? Your service means nothing to them. Your service means nothing to them. So all you people out there that want to go join their military and all that shit, want to join up with the military and want to go in the army and the police force, FBI, thinking that, oh, because you go in the FBI and all these little secret forces, Marines and Army, Navy, and think because you go into these places that you're going to get accepted by white supremacy. You think they're going to like you now? You're one of their little, you're their little nigger puppet for them to use for whatever, you know, because you got the multi-billionaire associates over there that you might get a job for, or you might be a hired killer, so you feel special, nigga. Well, let me tell you something, brother. They don't give a fuck about you. That right there shows you that that's mentality of these people. This dude served in the military and told them people he not leaving. He not leaving his house because he served in the armed forces. So they're not gonna bother him. They ain't gonna bother him. Feel me? I'm letting all you people out there know. Yeah, he thought it wasn't gonna bother him, but guess what? He stood out in front of his house. He even put his uniform on and stood at attention. Probably stood at attention, or he probably saluted too. You never know, you know what I mean? But they murdered him and burnt his house down the same way. Military man. So what that did, he fought for America. That goes to show you who you're fighting for. You're fighting for somebody that actually just sending you to war to die. Hopefully, they hope you die. I think in the back of their minds, they hope you fall when you go over Afghanistan, Iraq, and all these places. They hope you die. They hope they could give your mama a flag and say, yes, one more Negro down. Because I think this shit is still lingering. I think these fuckers, some of these fuckers would never love us, man. That's how I feel. You know, I'm sorry. I don't see no bunch of white people reaching out to me saying, hey, brown boy, how you doing? Hey, G-Terra, I'm supporting you. You know, I like what you're doing, standing up for your people and speaking the truth. I don't see none of that. You probably hate my guts, because anybody that speak truth, I think we become a blacklist type enemy where they just don't like us because we know some shit. They didn't want us to know what we know. But nigga, the information out there, what am I going to do? Not know it? You know, like, why am I watching this for? Because I want to know what's going on. I want to share it too.
Automobiles comprised the Greenwood district, while bullets were fired into their bodies. Some bodies were hoisted on telephone poles. An elderly black couple was murdered returning from church. A white man mistaken for a black man was summarily executed. Enterprising entrepreneurs snapped pictures of the grisly scenes to be sold later as postcards entitled, Running the Negro Out of Tulsa. Death had come easily. Even a defiant glance at a camera results in instant execution. America's most renowned black surgeon and past president of the State Medical Association, Dr. A.C. Jackson, was shot by a white teenager as he held his hands above his head. He was not killed instantly. His body was thrown into a truck and he was dumped in the convention center where after hours of suffering without medical attention, he bled to death.
Cars began to drive slowly along our street. Cars driven by the sort of men who wear their caps backward, visors down their necks, probably not to interfere with their rifle gaze. And the niggers in these houses, they would shout, The gaping children were called in hastily from the curbs. Didn't seem a very educational sight. Not a very safe one. After the first car or so, people sent their servants down in the cellar or up in the attic and waited.
Then the horde ruffians went down to Detroit, looting those beautiful homes of everything valuable and burning them. The machine guns just shattered the walls of the homes. The fire department came out and protected the white homes on the west side of the street. Men and women with torches and women with shopping bags continued their looting and burning of Negro homes.
My mother saw some white people coming toward our house, and she put us under the bed when she saw them coming. My older sister got under first, and then it was my younger sister, and then my brother, and then they pulled me under the bed. Now by this time, the people were coming in, they had torches in their hands. We could see their feet from under the bed. And one stepped on my finger, and as I walked to was on fire, set our house on fire. And
I got you. I got you. I was trying to pause the sound to see if you still hear it. Okay, good. I got you. Thanks for letting me know that. I was trying to see if I could cut my audio feed to stop the feedback from my speakers, because it seemed like it might be doubling up. I got you though, no problem. Let me play that back real quick.
There was the son of a cook in our street. Around 9 o'clock, the man he worked for came and asked for Hattie. He was in a car with some other men. It seemed that the boy thought he ought to get to his job. Before he knew it, he'd been caught in the fighting around the railroad tracks and crawled under a freight car to hide. Someone went in after him and shot him with a pistol. Now that things were quieting down a little, he was lying in the town hall where the militia were assembling the blacks. But his employer was afraid he wouldn't live many more hours. If Hattie wanted to see the boy, he said, he would take her down and look out for her. But she was afraid to go. He couldn't blame her, really. Some of the house Negroes who had allowed themselves to be put in those wandering cars and escorted to the safety of the town hall had been shot at as they drove through the streets. It wasn't the ride an old woman wanted to undertake, even to see her boy alive. The boy's boss understood. He went back himself and got a doctor and stayed with the boy till he died.
the burning of that flesh, you could smell. It was horrible. And then those crosses burning up on the reservoir hill, which at that time there's no homes up there.
About 7 o'clock, the lights on and guards came in. Then they took the women, children, promising them safety. After they had the homes vacated, one bunch of whites would come in and loot. Even women with shopping bags would come in, open drawers, take every kind of finery from clothing to silverware and jewelry. Men were carrying out the furniture, cursing as they did so, saying, "These damn Negroes have better things than a lot of us white people." I stayed until my home was caught on fire. Then I ran to the hillside where there were throngs of white people, women,
Men and children, even babies, watching and taking snapshots of the proceedings of the mob. Some remarked that the city ought to be sued for selling them damn niggas' property so close to the city. One woman noticed the First Baptist Church, which is a beautiful structure located near a white residential district. And she said, "Yonder is the nigger church. Why ain't they burning it?" The reply was, "It's in a white district." I saw the bombs dropping and the church explode. The 6 airplanes that I saw flying over Standpipe Hill and dropping the bombs on Mount Zion Baptist Church. Burned that church and it just completed 40 days. And it was burned. The white church on Bull Street was a frame church. Our church was better than the white people's church.
This church was only 40 days old. It was truly a symbol of black prosperity, and it was burnt to the ground, allegedly because ammunition was being stored in the basement or some such nonsense.
People were seen to flee from their burning homes. Some with babes in their arms and needy, crying, excited children by the hand. Others, old and feeble, all fleeing to safety. Yet seemingly, I could not leave. I walked as one in a horrible dream. By this time, my little girl was up and dressed, but I made her lie down on the dew floor in order that the bullets must penetrate it before reaching her. By this time, a machine gun had been installed in the granary and was raining down bullets on our section. Mary perished. The most horrible scenes of this occurrence was to see women dragging their children while running to safety, and the dirty white rascals firing at them as they ran. Some of them were pursued for more than 12 or 15 miles, and some never returned. Negro hospitals with numbers of sick were burned, and many people perished in the flames, not being able to get to a place of safety. Women were chased from their homes, naked, with clothes in their hands, and volleys of shots fired at them as they were fleeing. Some with babies in their arms. A.H. As I neared Standpipe Hill, I could see homes on Eastern and Detroit burning, and also discovered that the enemy had located on the hill, and that our district was entirely surrounded. We thought that we were leaving the fire behind, but found that our danger was increasing, for a machine gun was located on the hillside. They came over and they had machine guns up there, and he was manning the machine gun, and he and his companions, they were shooting down on the people. They had machine guns up there. Shooting at us, my husband and I, when we came out. They were shooting at us. We didn't get any. It's just, they killed one of our fine doctors. I can never forget a family who started out and had the misfortune to lose one wheel off their wagon and therefore had to get out and walk. In that numbers was a mother and a father with a 6-month-old infant. Such a fine and healthy baby. The father would run along and carry it a while, when the mother would take it until she was tired out. When they both were just about exhausted, the father cried out, "Will someone help us?"
Mrs. Rosa Davis Skinner, who told about the night of the riot, when it broke out on Greenwood, she was asleep. Her husband awakened her and said, "Wife, come on, there's a riot on." And they left fleeing, she in her gown and house shoes, and joined with the neighbor next door who had had a stillborn baby. Early in the day, they were going to bury the baby the next day, put it in a little shoebox. And Mrs. Skinner said that while they were running, mobsters shooting at them, bullets zinging at them, people shoving and bumping into each other, this lady dropped that little shoebox. And she got down on her hands and knees to try to find it. And she couldn't, and her husband just dragged her away, said, "You're going to get killed, we've got to go." And he dragged her away, and they never found that little baby. This lady wept when she told me that. She was 98 years old, and that had been 75 years earlier, and she wept and said, I often wonder what happened to that poor little baby. We both wept.
We came out after several shots were fired into the house by the mob. 2 or 3 whites thrust guns in each man's face inside and took him downstairs. As I neared the bottom of the steps, I was met by a man who very unkindly treated me. Seeing a man with hands raised, he came up to the blind side and struck me in the jaw, after which I was questioned and my money taken. The worst thing of all was being humiliated before little boys between the ages of 12 and 16 years, knowing these youngsters would grow up to try the same thing when they matured that others tried, but with less success, I am hoping. J.C. Latimer.
One of the classic photos that comes from the riot is that of a perhaps 15, 16-year-old. Probably would be referred to in those days as a hooligan, strutting proudly in front of the camera with the burning and terrible circumstances in the background, puffing a cigar, carrying not one but 2 firearms. As you look at that picture and you think of what's going on around him, you can't help but hope that he will be taught a lesson about life's justice.
The certainty that many blacks had that whites took their furniture, took their clothes.
You know what it is? These motherfuckers at that time too. Anything I say applies, anything then applies right now to certain people, because there's still an existence and a teaching from these people to their children that's the way. That's the way that hate goes. That's the way hate goes. That's the way hate goes on and on and on. Listen, these people got their kids out there showing basically that, hey man, you motherfuckers is like, they look down on brothers and sisters like they think they dealing with roaches, or they dealing with ants, or they dealing with some type of animal that they need to get rid of. Like, this is, like, you know how you see a rat or a mouse and like, oh shit, that shit, you don't want that shit in your house. You don't want it in your kitchen, snooping, eating biting up stuff and chewing and nibbling. Those are rodents considered disease, and that's the way they were treating Nubian people. That's the way they have treated Nubian people, like they're rodents. Got their little fucking 15, 16-year-old out here shooting and killing brothers and sisters, acting like they doing something good. They getting rid of some people that's supposed to be getting rid of. And that's the dirty, stinking goddamn mentality they pushed for the longest time. We're talking about over 1,000 years or more of this shit. I don't even know. They say 400 or 500 years, but I believe it's been going on for much longer. I believe it's been going on for much, much, much longer. And that's some fucking deep down hateful shit. And I just want to say, people, we deserve better as a people. We deserve to stand up with each other. We deserve to know our every move of our people, so we could be there for each other in situations should ever arise. Like right now in this pandemic, I know we're disunited, that we're not a united people as we should be, but I pray for everybody in the universal way, that people will wake up to the truth and to start to love each other instead of look down on each other's animals. Because the truth is, revenge is a motherfucker. You got people who want revenge for shit like this. You got people who would never like certain people again because of shit like this. So be careful what you do, because history and what you do in time, it brings karma in time. And I'm telling you, the table should turn. It wouldn't be sweet. So don't do shit that you wouldn't want for you and your family or the other motherfucking people.
Took various other personal possessions and used them, and then, having taken those things for their use, then they burned and bombed the black part of town.
It was a surprise, and they came over here and burned down our homes, stole our clothes. Some of our people had to take their own clothes over white people right here in Tulsa. The heavy air was soaked with the scent of honeysuckle, as extravagant and lavishly unreal That's what the gun fire. We've been in this prairie country a year. It proved always surprising. An acrid underhand of burnt powder began to cut through the perfume of flowers.
Tulsa's newspapers described the event as a military adventure. The black people defending their homes were described as the enemy. Gun-toting white men were referred to as riflemen or soldiers, and blacks were termed snipers. The mob, it was called a volunteer army. Blacks with guns were called a mob. Marauding whites were called patrols. At approximately 9:15 a.m., the National Guard troops from Oklahoma City arrived by train.
In all my experience, I've never witnessed such a scene. 25,000 whites armed to the teeth were raging through the city in utter and ruthless defiance of every concept of law and righteousness. Motor cars bristling with guns swept through the city, their occupants firing at will. General Charles Berry.
Fanny was our laundress. She lived in Greenwood with an ancient uncle who'd been a messenger in a bank for 20 years. They knew there was trouble, of course, but the mob had missed them so far. Uncle Zach had never been late to the bank, and he trusted white folks. He thought maybe if he put on his uniform and they saw it, he put it on and started out to work. Someone shot him in the corner. Fanny could see him lying there. She didn't dare go out and get him. The mob was so close.
As North Tulsa burned and citizens murdered and arrested, the guard set up camp and began to prepare a breakfast. When a local citizen urged the commander to take some action to save property and lives, he was arrested. Martial law was declared at 11:29 a.m.
The Ku Klux Klan, realizing that they were now up against an organized military force, withdrew out of the area and dissipated back into their neighborhoods. It was very much like a guerrilla operation where you could no longer tell who were the combatants because they weren't wearing uniforms, and now they were part of the civilian society.
Detention areas were set up at a local park, the convention center, and the baseball park. Every African American had to fill out and carry an identification card, which had to be signed by a white employer and approved by a local official. If approved, the prisoner was given a ribbon that he or she had to wear. The ribbon read, "Police Protection." Failure to wear the ribbon resulted in immediate arrest and confinement. A black person could only be released from detention if he or she was vouched for by a white person.
About 11 o'clock, they took my invalid mother supposedly to the convention halls for safety. Upon entering the convention hall, I failed to find my mother, so I went in search of her. I found my mother at North Methodist Church. I tried to get a pass to send her away, but failed to get one. She remained unconscious for 2 weeks and passed away. I feel that this damnable affair has ruined us all. Carrie Kendall.
We hadn't heard from my father. And although I was 6 years old, I remember quite well the anxiety that all of us felt. Where's my daddy? Where's my husband, mother would say, and so on. And so we had a period of agonizing waiting, and that was an awful, awful experience. And it was several days, I don't know how many, in the absence of telephones and radios and that sort of thing. We didn't know. We had no way of finding out. And so after what seemed to have been an endless period of time, we received a letter from my father saying that he was all right. He told us that he had been in detention at Convention Hall, and that he had nothing except what he had on his back.
The prisoners, mostly women and children and the elderly, were marched through the streets with their hands above their heads. The stress, heat, and exertion resulted in the rise of premature births. Before the day was over, every black person in the city was killed, wounded, arrested, or placed in confinement.
Many of the middle-class whites actually hid many of the African-American domestics who worked for them at great jeopardy to them. If a white family during that riot had been found to have hidden an African-American, at the very least, the white family would have been lashed.
Terrified black people fled the city to other communities.
After reaching his home, the crowd throng there was too large to supply them out of a pail, so a wash tub was drafted in the service and pride cast to the wind. We were so famished, and our lips parched, the children crying for a drink, that this was the best tasting water we could remember of having tasted. Mary Parish.
We had an engineer for the Frisco lived behind us, and he would give us a day per day how these people were walking down the railroad coming toward Claremore, then coming toward Chelsea, then coming toward Bonita. They were just like the rest of the hobos that came to our back door. And they had lots of them with baby buggies, no men at all women, lots of old women.
On and on we went toward the section line, the crowd growing larger and larger. The question on every lip when a newcomer from town would arrive was, how far had they burned when you left town? After we had gone 70 miles, we began to see automobile loads of men with guns going east ahead of us. We wondered where they were going, but we were not destined to wander for long. But as we neared the aviation fields, we saw their destination. The planes were out of the sheds, all in readiness for flying, and these men with high-powered rifles were getting in too. As we went further, we saw several men leaving the field, going to the house, returning with guns, and heading towards Tulsa. After we had traveled many miles into the country and was turning to find our way to Claremore, we looked up the road and saw a race lady coming toward us. My lady friend and I went to meet her. She advised us not to try to pass through a little adjoining town.
There was a group of black people who were trying to escape, women, children, and old people alike, who were trying to escape from this thing. We're going up the railroad tracks that went by that hill up there in Collinsville. So that a group of black people came by that hill trying to escape, and somebody thought that they were being attacked and invaded, and apparently they began shooting and killing one or two of the folks.
The airplanes continued to watch over the fleeing people like great birds of prey watching the victim. Although we were over 13 miles from Tulsa, we could at about 10 p.m. see the smoke rising from the ruins. The next morning, we were informed that Greenwood had been burned. It was then that I shed my first tears. A truck arrived for us about 9 o'clock, and we started for Tulsa. We did not enter through our section, but we were brought through the white section. Can you imagine the humiliation of coming in like that with many doors thrown open, watching you pass? Some with pity and others with smiles.
And when a bunch of the colored folks, as they were marching down Elgin, I would see them coming, and I'd kept the BB gun under the front porch at that time, and I would run down and grab the BB gun and stick the barrel out through the lattice work and pop the National Guard. And of course, they'd bounce like this and look around, and of course, I was careful enough that I wasn't going to hit anybody in the head or anything like that.
These two brothers, the youngest two, they were kind of smart-alecky, and they thought, they'd stir up a riot or stink or something. And I can remember standing behind them and crying, and my dad just all over them, back in one of them in the back of the head because he was going to take a gun. And he wasn't going to shoot at the people, he was going to shoot up in the air. And I remember my crying and saying, begging not to do it. And my dad, was telling me he wasn't going to do that to those people. They was only trying to get away themselves. Soon we reached the Black District, which was so beautiful and prosperous looking when we left. There we found to be piles of bricks, ashes, and twisted iron representing years of toil and savings. We were horror-stricken, but could not shed a tear. At that hour, we mistrusted every person having a white face or blue eyes.
father had this pickup truck, which he had built a crate on the back to carry the greyhounds in. And he took that crate off when we left the greyhounds, wherever it was he left them at some kennel or other, and just had a plain pickup truck. And the police saw his truck and they told him to haul bodies, dead bodies, to wherever they were taking them. I don't know where they took them.
And I saw these 2 truckloads of bodies, dead bodies. They were Negroes with their arms and legs sticking out, through their slats. And it frightened me so, but I kept thinking of it in terms of dolls. On the top of the very, very top of the pile of bodies was a little boy just about my age, and his head flipped over like that. And he looked at me, his mouth was open, and he was in brown pants and a blue shirt, and just looked like he'd been frightened to death. And so I screamed that Jesse came in, but by that time the 2 trucks had passed on.
After Black Tulsans were incarcerated, curiosity seekers, looters, and souvenir hunters casually strolled through the smoldering ruins.
Well, I had a friend, a girlfriend, and one day after the riot had subsided, or possibly was still, they were still protecting and giving the colored people sanctuary, well, she came out and she had a package of spearmint gum, Wrigley spearmint gum. And perhaps there were 40 or 50 packages of gum in a little square box, about so square, maybe 2 inches deep. And she was passing the gum out to all the kids in the neighborhood. And of course we asked, where did you get it? And she said, oh, Daddy got it over in Niggertown, which was a clear indication that white people looted the colored people over in the Greenwood area. When they dealt with it, of course, we didn't think anything about it. We just took the gum and chewed it.
Martial law was less than benevolent. Field Order Number 3 prohibited the holding of funerals at churches. But in reality, this prohibition pertained to black funerals only. White funerals went on as usual.
Overnight, these people had nothing. And they had to start over again. A person who had office and clients or patients or customers had nothing. And the people that were his clients and of their clients and patients and customers had nothing. And so it was extremely difficult for them to get on their feet.
It was pathetic when you think about it. After all of our 7 years, as I said, my husband and I lost more than anybody in all Tulsa because we lost 7 years of our money in one night. And we had altogether 10 different business places for rent. Today I'm paying rent.
Few black Tulsans had insurance. Those who did had clauses which voided the policies in case of a riot. Those making a claim had to prove that the city or state government was negligent in protecting their property. An impossible burden because the victors have already begun to rewrite the history and insulate themselves from blame. All-white grand jury placed the blame for the Holocaust squarely on the black population. Also blaming the black population is Tulsa's white churches, the Chamber of Commerce, and of course Tulsa's white newspapers.
In this old nigger town, there are a lot of bad niggers, and a bad nigger is about the lowest thing that walks up 2 feet. Give a bad nigger his booze, his dope, and a gun, and he thinks he can shoot up the world. And all these 4 things were to be found in nigger town. Booze, dope, bad niggers, and guns. Tulsa Tribune makes no apology to the police commissioners or to the mayor of this city for having pled with them to clean up the cesspools in this city. Tulsa Tribune, June 4th, 1921.
Incredibly, after all the yellow journalism that had been published at the time about the incident and prior to the incident by white-owned newspapers, the one indictment returned by the grand jury of a newspaper was against Mr. A.J. Smitherman, one of the most influential black citizens in Tulsa, owner of the black newspaper. And that comes after his offices, his newspaper offices, were destroyed and burned in the riot. He left Tulsa and never returned.
Cities across America offered assistance, but Tulsa officials turned down all the offers under the guise of handling the problems themselves.
From a tin room and basement modern brick home, I'm now living in my coal barn. From a 5-chair enamel barber shop with 4 workmen and a porter to a razor strap and a folding chair on the sidewalk.
Didn't have one thing left and never received a dime. Up until this day, never. And it ought to be added, or there ought to be made pay. Even the children that suffered. Our children that suffered because their parents lost everything they had, and the children were able to get along, and they were doing fine.
The Red Cross took donations and performed an admirable job with little help from government officials.
Returning to Red Cross headquarters, I found rows of women, men, and children waiting their turn to receive clothing, such as was obtainable. And the thing that I could not understand was why these innocent people who were helpless as babes were placed under guard. Nevertheless, heavily armed guards were all around the building. Some were kind and manly. Others were beasts dressed in uniforms. I went upstairs into the clothing room in a quest of a change of clothing for my little girl. Having worked hard always for an independent living, thereby being able to have what I wanted within reason, this was wormwood and gall to me. Just to be standing around waiting to get a change of second-hand clothing. But what could I do? What we had on was soft. They being all we had, and I was not yet permitted to go to town and purchase more. The primary rooms of the Booker Washington School were converted into an emergency hospital. I can never erase the sight of my first visit to the hospital. There were men wounded in every conceivable way, like soldiers after a big battle. Some with amputated limbs, burned faces, others minors and I, with heads bandaged. There were women who were nervous wrecks in some confinement cases. One mother was thoughtless as to burden her infant for life with the name of Jim Wright.
Not one, not a single paid any of these black citizens for their losses. But there was a claim paid to a white store owner for his loss of guns and ammunition that was used by white
for the payment of doctor bills. Now, all such claims were originally investigated, and many were turned down for the reasons that it could not be shown that the wounded parties were innocent bystanders, or persons in the employ of the city or the county for guard purposes. Quite early in the fall, a claim for a $55,000 doctor bill was presented by a young white man for a gunshot wound treatment. The claim was of the innocent bystander kind. After lengthy explanation on the part of the claimant as to how the injury was occurred, but after his admission that he was not employed by the city or county, the Red Cross record keeper confronted him with a full-size photograph of the same young man in the middle of the riot district with a shotgun over his shoulder and a high-powered rifle in his hand. Although he did not deny the identity, no further claims have been made by innocent bystanders. Mr. Maurice Willis, Director of Red Cross Relief.
A tent city was constructed to house refugees. Embarrassed city officials, white newspapers, the clergy, and the Chamber of Commerce perpetuated the myth that White Tulsa had an outpouring of aid into the devastated black community. In fact, just the opposite was true.
With homes looted, homes and stores burnt to ashes, with sick, aged, and enfeebled carried out or left to perish in the flames, mothers giving birth to children in the open, herded, guarded, and corralled like prisoners of war, and before the smoke of 1,000 homes had blown away, the trembling and homeless learned that the city fathers had passed an ordinance making it forever impossible for them, in their destitute condition, to go back and rebuild on their home place. G.A. Gregg.
Council, or commissioners, passed an ordinance that now, with people absolutely without any resources, it was impossible for them to conform to any requirement to build and to rescue.
Come on, program, stop bitching. It's probably the program I'm using. You know, I'm doing a live, probably a little what you call tending going on. Can't remember the blood clot word. Alright, let's see, maybe it's caught up now.
I'll get you out of jail in the
There we
Long building. And my daddy challenged the constitutionality of that city ordinance. And the Supreme Court of the state
Hold up, it's still moving kinda, it's chipping out. Let's hold on, let's stop this for a second. Let's get this thing right again. I move slouchy right now. Okay, we back yet? Let's connect, come on, let's get right. Internet, it's probably the internet connectivity slow down, you know. Because a lot of people probably on the internet, most likely. It's the use of the internet, the people right now that's on it, yeah, definitely. Cause that.
State of Oklahoma declare that ordinance unconstitutional as being a frivolous piece of legislation designed to keep blacks down.
With their hearts bleeding, their homes, and all of the relics that make the memories of life's past sustaining, with shocking realization that their families are broken and scattered and fearing the mob, with treachery weak, hungry, and hungerless bodies compelled to be in the stalls and fairgrounds under a heavy, cruel guard who greets them with harsh orders and vulgar language, while suffering all this and more. The mayor, commissioners, the real estate exchange, the welfare board are like those who crucified Christ. Cast lots for the Negro's hard-earned land. G.A. Gray.
Not only was the area declared a fire zone, which effectively was designed to prevent it from being rebuilt, but then amazingly, just incredibly, the city fathers put the land up for sale.
Through the Reconstruction Committee appointed by the mayor and city commissioners June 14th, Tulsa extends a welcoming hand to wholesale houses and industrial plants, which are to be located on the trackage property in Little Africa, swept by fire, and which is now within the city fire limits, restricted to the erection of fire-resisting buildings. The committee also expressed a sentiment in favor of using a part of the burned area for a Union Station whenever such a project is ready for consideration by the railroads entering Tulsa. Tulsa World, June 15, 1921.
In order to help people get in touch with their loved ones who were anxious to hear from them, Mr. Theo Bowman, the Oklahoma Sun, succeeded in getting out a little daily paper. Each day he would publish these lists. Each day people sat under the tent and watched for these lists as well as the lists of dead in the big dailies. The dead were so quickly disposed of on that night and day until it was impossible to ever get an exact record of the dead and wounded.
Damn. Wow.
A cousin of mine decided to go visit somebody, and we passed down by the cemetery there at Williams and Lewis, the old Corn Cemetery. And as we went down the little street where we saw a bunch of men working, digging a pit, evidently, and we noticed a bunch of wooden crates lying around. So we were very curious about it, so we went in to have a look. And we walked up to the first crate, and we were unnoticed by the men. And we opened the first crate, looked in, and there were the bodies of 3 blacks. We shut the lid down real quick and proceeded to go over to the next crate, which is much larger, and opened it, and there was at least 4 bodies in that crate. They were all just piled in there. And about that time, the men noticed us and ran us out.
The Red Cross estimated that 300 people have been killed. The official death toll was placed at police. There is no statute of limitations on murder.
I had a friend of mine named Bill Lobanks, who at that time was a captain in the Tulsa Police Department. And he called me and he said, would you come down to the police academy? I'd like to show you. With the rusted paperclip plus on these 6 pieces of paper, there is absolutely no trials we've had in this country. Watts, 1968. Detroit, 1942. None of them have even approached the casualty levels of Tulsa of 1921.
There was definitely a cover-up or a suppression of the material. The article in the Tulsa records, it's been excised and can't be found. Now, some people would and have said down through the years, why research this? Why bring it up? It can do no good. And in fact, there has been some threats of real danger and possible harm to those who would explore the situation and would look at it again.
I'm not so sure that in many minds, black and white, that the cover-up was helpful and gaining some equilibrium. Whites need to be comforted that they had done no wrong. Blacks need to be comforted that no new wrong could happen to them. So those two things companioned themselves created this conspiracy of silence.
1,200 homes were destroyed. Another 320 were looted. Over 4,000 people were left homeless, and over 1,000 spent the harsh winter in tents. No one was ever imprisoned for his or her actions. Charges against Dick Rowland were dismissed. No one knows what happened to him or the elevator operator.
I told you they used that.
Later when I would travel to Europe and see the ruins of Athens and the ruins of Rome.
I told you they used the boy as the reason to go after that place, but it was really a setup. Guarantee you. Notice he didn't even get charged. He didn't even go to. His charges got dropped, and the elevator lady, nothing else. Story just got dropped. Everything switched, right? Notice the narrative. You have to pay attention to them. That's how they do when they want to tear you down. They find a nugget of fuckery, they come at you with it, and then it's a whole nother story.
My mind went back to the ruins of Tulsa, which were somewhat reminiscent to me then when I was traveling on the ruins of Rome and Athens and other places in Europe.
A big, beautiful Christmas tree was placed in front of the Red Cross Relief Headquarters. Now imagine, if you can, this huge tree rightly standing in the middle of a district which had once been comfortable homes, but now filled with little two-room wooden shacks. Everywhere, large piles of brick and stone, twisted metal and debris, reminding one of the horrible fact of last June. For the first time in their lives, the Negro children of the devastated district, these hundreds of little folks, were without their former comfortable homes. The resources of their parents had been reduced to a point where Christmas couldn't mean much to them. After dusk on Christmas Eve, a chorus of 2,200 voices sang their Christmas carols in the typical Negro melodies. Coming from the throats of these people, reverberated through the night air and attracted most of the crowd gathered in the business section over on Greenwood Street. Whole families were there, men, women, children. It seemed as though the whole Negro population would resist this chance to sing. Never have I witnessed more spontaneous outbursts of Christmas fervor than on this occasion. The crowning sentiment of the celebration was in a speech made by one of the leaders who said, "Let us always remember the old Negro tradition. There's no room in our hearts for hatred." This occasion furnished what was termed as the greatest night in the history of the Tulsa Negroes. Mr. Maurice Willis, Director of Red Cross Relief, Christmas, 1921.
Tulsa did not feel that, it's irredeemable. That was just a mindset at that time. What we hope to learn from this ride study is the danger of having a mindset that would exclude someone based on race, religion, gender, or something. So we hope that we learn some lessons from this.
Some of our group feel their superiority over those less fortunate. But when a supreme test because of disaster comes, it serves to remind us that we are all one race. That human beings, like those who had full sway on June 1st, have no respect for person. Every Negro was accorded the same treatment, regardless of his education or other advantages. A Negro was a Negro on that day and was forced to march for blocks with his hands up that day. It should teach us to remember that we cannot rise higher than our weakest brother. My name is Mary Parrish.
Yep. There you go. You hear that? You cannot rise higher than your weakest brother, yo. So all you bootlickers like like Professor Black, like Professor Black will say, all you bootlicks out there that think you're goddamn doing it big because you're striving behind white supremacy and you supporting them and doing their work for them. You're getting paid millions. Think you better than somebody. My nigga, I'm sorry to admit to you, you're no fucking better than anybody. And your money does not make it. Matter of fact, you're worse. Because you sold the fuck out. When they're ready to take your ass out, like Bill, that's how they do. You're just being used. So it's either you're going to be straight up and let them know, look, you don't ride for your people, or you're going to be a dumbass and get used up like a mental slave and then done away with and tossed away to the side, you know what I mean? I don't carry no hate for these people. I just see how stupid and ignorant they are and what they coming from. Oh, fucking German Shepherd dog mentality of hatred, self-hating, prejudice them. I don't have that in my blood, but what I do have is common sense and a warrior motive, just in case. You should ever try that in my neighborhood. I don't care what type of guns you got. I want to have the skill and the power to, you know, flood you out, wash you all away. That shit is just, you know, the same way they come to devastate their ass. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I'm going to go into this next one. Because this one right here, I ain't want to get done too fast tonight. But this documentary right here is much shorter, but it also tells you the story in a certain way where it's more it's more suave. It follows through on a different level, but the last one was more, you know, gory. It was telling the details of how they were murdered, but this tells you of the Black Wall Street destruction and is more descriptive. So we're gonna go into this. It's a much shorter too. So yeah. Respect to everybody that's watching. Much love. Like, share, subscribe. Have a blessed night. Hope you're staying safe. Hope everybody, you know what I mean? This is the one they played on History Channel to show you the differences. The last one was gory because it was real deal, straight up. Documentary, like, created by the people, for people. This one right here.
Often deadly journey covering thousands of miles. Accompanying the Native Americans on this journey were many African Americans,
Hey, baby.
most of whom were slaves owned
Hi,
by
cutie
the
pie.
tribes.
The Native American peoples we were talking about came from the southeastern part of the United States, and they had had 200 years of exposure to plantation society, and many of them were plantation owners themselves, and they brought their slaves with them when they came to Oklahoma.
The end of the Civil War would bring freedom to these slaves. It would also see the beginning of the end of Native American dominance in these new lands.
At the end of the Civil War, because the Native American tribes were primarily supporters of the Confederacy as a
What's
form
going on? The hell?
of punishment, let's say.
Hold on,
the
buddy.
Indian
Something's wrong
territory
here.
was divided into half, and so we
This
went
is totally controlled by me to the point where it went weird, right? That shit went crazy, mama. Let's stop for a second and start again. Yeah, I think it's the phone call that did that. I got a phone call and it probably, you know. Yeah. Let's see if I get that back. Damn, that should look crazy. Oh, that's what's on the screen now. Let's see if I get it back. Is it good now? It's back to normal, right? Okay, cool. Yo, I love y'all, yo. Hope y'all feeling good over there, mellow, watching this little movie with me. Y'all got your popcorn? Get you some popcorn, lemonade if you want, whatever you want. Snack on some cookies. Cookies and milk. Jess always over here fussing about taking a shower. Take a shower, girl. Take a little bath. And relax. Trust me. Now you just gotta be mindful. Keep this thing going.
Former territory to new settlement on April 22nd, 1889.
Of the city and the neighborhood of those people, you know, basically the wealth, they were thriving. And they didn't, white supremacists and KKK people did not want to see those people thrive. So they're looking for a reason to destroy them. They were plotting on them for a long time. That's the truth. And they found a reason to go in there and they just said fuck it. And they tried to pretend and go around the bush with the information on how the narrative of the story. But the truth is, think about it. Why would you use one person, the assault of one man to destroy a whole city? Think about it. It's a scheme, it's a plot, it's a twist, it's a setup, it's a lie. It was robbery. They wanted to tear them apart and take all the wealth that those people amassed. Basically, they robbed the shit out of them, took all of their prized possessions, and destroyed all their shit and burnt their houses down. It was a fucking robbery. Big time white supremacy robbery. Big time fucking KKK hate. Just want to take what the fuck those people built, all people, and kill them or get rid of them whatever way they can. You see, they aim mostly to destroy the men because that's where the power is. Once you get rid of the men, the woman, not to say the women are just weak or whatever, but once you get rid of the men, the real man them, we're in the real man. Once they get rid of the real man, what happens is the woman get, naturally they're going to be weak because they're looking for somebody to cater to them and help them and defend them. And sometimes those same women turn to white men. And that's why you see to this day, you have a lot of black women who are quick to, I'm about to date me a white boy because they fucking scared. They have the mentality of their mothers. They scared and defenseless because the same thing is being going on now. They emasculating blacks, African men, especially in America and other countries. They emasculating them, tearing them apart or forming some type of cinematic drama that brings them up through their childhood and turns some of these dudes into straight gay guys. So you got a bunch of gay guys now. And the woman, you know, if you're a bunch of gay guys, the woman ain't, who are the women gonna go with? So that's why you got a lot of these women turning lesbians. A lot of these women, they doing weird stuff because they can't find a good man. And this is part of the reason why. They have been emasculating the Nubian man for a long time. Not just emasculate, if they can't turn him into something else or trick him, they want to murder him and kill him. And that's the facts. And this has been way back. Back then it was just, they just wanted to kill you. Because we didn't have no bunch of gay guys running around back then. We had family, man with families and children and good upstanding progressive people. They didn't like that. They don't want to see us live like that. And that's the reason for it all, to tear us apart and take everything we build and all that stuff. Even though we built them, even though the shit they have, we gave them the opportunity to have it by, you know, our own ancestors working their ass off and building that shit for them. And you know what I'm saying? These people never tried to tear nothing down that they had.
It was very difficult to rebuild, but somehow they made a determination that the first obligation would be to pay off the old mortgage.
To destroy. And they also told you that the same government people that built the city back pretty much put more devastation on the people that would have a chance to be progressive there than even the riot itself. Here you go. They put together their money and built a freaking cultural arts center that showcases what happened in the riot and why and all that bullshit, right? And then you got the fucking ass kissing starts again. Oh, well, it's a good thing. It's, you know, like, we got to get over ourselves, yo. You got to get over yourself, people. It's time for you. That's why you can't unite. That's why you're so scared, because you're living still in fear of your fucking enemy. Instead of just working together and say, you know what, fuck these hateful people. Let's not worry about them. When they show their head, then we cut the head off the snake. But until then, we need to unite and work together. And this is the problem I'm seeing with our people. They just have this tendency to brush things under the rug, no matter how bad it was. No matter how much our kids died, they want to go on talking about, oh yeah, well, you know, I'm gonna show y'all how real it is. Y'all think it, look, y'all don't know nothing about the movement, huh?
Into a better.
I don't want to see no more of this. They're getting too sweet talking about, oh, it's a good, because they put up a building. Oh, now it's all good. No, fuck out of here. You got people and their kids dying, and these people put up a building. Now everything is Krispy Kreme. No, buddy. Watch this right here. Bombing. Watch this right here. Listen to this story now. This is even, it might be a bit crazier. It might be a bit crazier, but let's just get into this for a second. A lot of people don't know about this right here. A lot of people see this information about these things get swept under the rug. That's why I like venturing through YouTube and finding these information and putting them back out there my own way with a long style video, whatever. That's why I don't like when YouTube delete my videos, because this is information that's out already. YouTube, I see you bugged out. What are y'all bugging about? Don't delete my videos, okay? Let's go back and venture into the movement bombing. Let's see if I can find a good one on that right there. Find the movement, brilliant. Okay, we'll just start with something up here and see what it's saying. Philadelphia, Barbert 95, Philadelphia Police attack call. Yeah, let's see what these people saying on this one. Let's work with this and see what happened. I'll be right back. Well, let it play though. This information, everybody should know these things. That's why I'm playing these things. So
here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Yeah.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Today marks the 30th anniversary of a massive police operation in Philadelphia that culminated in the helicopter bombing of the headquarters of a radical group known as MOVE. The fire from the attack incinerated 6 adults and 5 children and destroyed 65 homes. Despite 2 grand jury investigations and a commission finding the top officials were grossly negligent, no one from city government was criminally charged. Here is how the bombing was initially reported in Philadelphia on WCAU radio.
I've just been advised that we have new videotape of the episode that apparently ended, we think ended, the MOVE situation tonight, the dropping of an incendiary device. And let's take a careful look at this 5:27 p.m. State Police helicopter drops, and there is the explosion. As you can see, a very dramatic explosion that occurs 30 seconds and really rips into the MOVE compound. There you see the bunker, which soon will go up in flames, and that was the explosion close up. Now, if there's anybody there, standing there, it's obvious they couldn't survive that explosion.
That was WCAU TV, actually, so there was some video there. MOVE was a Philadelphia-based radical movement dedicated to black liberation and a back-to-nature lifestyle. It was founded by John Africa, and all its members took on the surname Africa. In 2010, Ramona Africa, the sole adult survivor of the attack, told Democracy Now! What happened as the bomb was dropped on her house.
In terms of the bombing, after being attacked the way we were, first with 4 deluge hoses by the fire department, and then tons of tear gas, and then being shot at, the police admit to shooting over 10,000 rounds of bullets at us in the first 90 minutes. There was a lull. You know, it was quiet for a little bit. And then, without any warning at all, 2 members of the Philadelphia Police Department's bomb squad got in a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter and flew over our home and dropped a satchel containing C4, a powerful military explosive that no municipal police department has. They had to get it from the federal government, from the FBI. And without any announcement or warning or anything, they dropped that bomb on the roof of our home.
That was Ramona Africa, the sole adult survivor of the attack on Move 30 years ago today. Today, a memorial will take place at the site of the bombing on Osage Avenue. Well, for more, we're joined in Philadelphia by Lynn Washington, award-winning journalist, former columnist for the Philadelphia Tribune, who's covered Move since 1975. He teaches journalism at Temple University. Both he and Juan were there that day covering the Move bombing for the Philadelphia Daily News. We welcome you back to Democracy Now!, Lynn. Talk about that day, and Juan, too, your memories.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Juan. The one word that I would use to describe that day is surreal. To have witnessed police firing 10,000 bullets within a 90-minute period. The bullets were so intense that they were raining from the sky like hail. And then later in the afternoon to see a bomb dropped on a house occupied by children. And then the very callous decision of the authorities to let the fire burn was just unreal. It's a sight and a memory that I can't get out of my mind.
Well, Lynn, I remember it was a Mother's Day, 1985, and we were out there most of the day and saw that helicopter suddenly hover over the house and drop something. And I remember saying to you at the time, what's going on, until the explosion occurred. But the most fascinating thing, as you said, most people are not aware, is how long before, after the bomb dropped, before the firefighters even attempted to douse the flames that erupted.
It was almost an hour because we were sitting there on
Just right now.
Creek Parkway, and you and I were both talking, and actually talking to some of the firefighters as to why they weren't doing it, and the firefighters didn't know. What they were told was to not fight the fire, which is unbelievable. And we could watch, or actually we saw, the fire go from what looked like the beginning of a backyard barbecue grill fire to a blazing inferno, and we just literally watched it jump across the roof lines and also across the street. So by the time that the decision was finally made to fight the fire, it was a blazing inferno, and it was totally out of control.
And talk about who was in government, Juan, at the time. Who was the police commissioner? Who was the mayor? How did this bombing take place? The police bombed not just the Move house, ended up burning down 2 blocks, city blocks in Philadelphia.
Because they didn't fight the fire, and it spread and destroyed the entire, square block area. But obviously, the mayor at the time, Lynn, was Wilson Good, the first African American mayor of the city, and the commission report later indicated that Good really wasn't in control of the situation. It was the police commissioner and the fire commissioner.
Rizzo entirely?
No, it wasn't Rizzo. It was who was the police commissioner? It's been so long ago, I've forgotten.
The police commissioner.
What I want to try to do for you here, the reason why I'm playing this particular video right now, is to show you that the timeline just does not matter. It does not matter. 1921. 1921 was when that other video, Black Wall Street getting bombed and shut up and murdered, the massacre. 1921. This movement bombing, 1985. How much years apart is that? That's like 60. That's what, 64 years? 64. Is it? 21 to 85. Right? 60 something years apart, and it's another bombing. So 1985 to 2020 is how much years apart. Less than 60 years for sure. All I'm trying to say is, if you see any more devastation with white supremacy against Nubians, it shouldn't be surprising. It should never surprise you when they were shooting those boys in the streets, unarmed, innocent young men. It's not a surprise. It's a part of their routine plan, their murder, massacre. And it's been going on. Now, then, and it will continue unless people wake the fuck up and do what they're supposed to do.
Yes, I'm sorry. The police commissioner at the time was a guy named Gregor Sambor, and Mayor Good appointed him because they were trying to purge the department in some way of the influence of Frank Rizzo, who had been the police commissioner and then the mayor during the 70s when police brutality reached epidemic levels in Philadelphia.
What you say?
One of the things that gets lost in all of this is that, yes, there was this horrific bombing in the middle of May, May 13th, the day after Mother's Day in 1985. But actually a few days before the bombing, Sambor had ordered a anti-drug sweep that ended up arresting hundreds of people who were innocent, had nothing to do with drugs. The city ended up paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to settle that. And 2 weeks later, there was a dragnet in a Hispanic neighborhood where they were arresting people from 6 to 65 years old in an investigation involving the death of a police officer. And that death was initially reported as a domestic dispute between a police officer, another police officer, and a policewoman who was married to one of the police officers.
I want to go back to Ramona Africa, the sole adult survivor of the attack, describing what happened after the bomb was dropped on her house.
And without any announcement or warning or anything, they dropped that bomb on the roof of our home. Now, at that point, we didn't know exactly what they had done. We heard the loud explosion. The house kind of shook, but it never entered my mind that they dropped a bomb on us. But the bomb did, in fact, ignite a fire. And not long after that, it got very, very hot in the house, and the smoke was getting thicker. At first, we thought it was tear gas. But as it got thicker, it became clear that this wasn't tear gas, that this was something else. And then we could hear the trees outside of our house crackling and realized that our home was on fire. And we immediately tried to get our children, our animals, our dogs and cats, and ourselves out of that blazing inferno.
Africa's sole adult survivor of the attack. So talk about who died, Lynn, how people tried to escape and what happened.
Yes, inside the house were at that point, 5 children aged 7 to 13 years old. They perished along with 6 adults. One of the 6 adults was the founder of the MOVE organization, John Africa. A number of MOVE members tried to escape, and as you've indicated, Ramona was the sole surviving adult. There was a child named Bertie Africa, who later became Michael Ward. They were able to escape. When they were coming out, we heard gunfire. And it was later determined that police fired on the escaping MOVE members, driving some of them back into the house. But in the convoluted logic that many of us have seen over the last year from grand juries in St. Louis County and in New York and in southern Ohio, where the guy was shot in a Walmart, the grand jury, under the control of Philadelphia prosecutors, determined that MOVE members ran back into the house not because police were firing at them, but because they mistakenly believed that police were firing at them, and or they ran back to intentionally commit suicide.
And Lynn, what were the main conclusions of the MOVE Commission that was established subsequent to that tragedy?
Well, the MOVE Commission, which was a panel that the Mayor Good had set up to investigate it, but had no power to do anything other than make recommendations, found monumental incompetence on the part of all city officials, from the mayor through the managing director to the police director, or should I say the police commissioner. One of the findings, though, I think one of the most prominent findings, was that the deaths of those children were unjustified homicides, and they recommended a criminal investigation and also charges to be brought. The grand jury determined that they were not unjustified homicides, that the deaths were as a result of this proposed or presumed suicide, and they came to many startling conclusions, one of which was the bomb that was dropped on the children. There was no illegality there because the force of the bomb only applied to the adults in the house, as if the bomb could blow up and the fire could burn and it wouldn't impact the children. It was absolutely ridiculous, but it's the kind of convoluted reasoning we see too often with grand juries involving issues of police abuse.
I wanted to turn to imprisoned journalist Mumia Abu-Jamal, who's being held at SCI Mahanoy. He reported extensively on MOVE before he was convicted of killing a police officer, a crime he says he did not commit. Last month, he recorded a new essay for the 30th anniversary of the MOVE bombing from prison.
May 13th and 30th. Why should we care what happened on May 13th, 1985? I mean, seriously. That was 30 years ago, a long time ago, way back when. Know what I mean? Most people won't say that, but they think that. Why, indeed? I'll tell you why. Because what happened then is a harbinger of what's happening now all across America. I don't mean bombing people, not yet that is. I mean the visceral hatreds and violent contempt once held for MOVE is now visited upon average people, not just radicals and revolutionaries like MOVE. In May 1985, police officials justified the vicious attacks on MOVE children by saying they too were combatants. In Ferguson, Missouri, as police and National Guard confronted citizens, guess how cops described them in their own files? Enemies. Enemy combatants, anyone? Then look at 12-year-old Tamir Rice of Cleveland. Boys, men, girls, women. It doesn't matter. When many people stood in silence, or worse, in bitter acquiescence to the bombing, shooting, and carnage of May 13, 1985 upon MOVE, they opened the door to the ugliness of today's police terrorism from coast to coast. There is a direct line from then to now. May 13, 1985 led to the eerie RoboCop present. If it had been justly and widely condemned then, there would be no now, no Ferguson, no South Carolina, no Los Angeles, no Baltimore. The barbaric police bombing of May 13, 1985, and the whitewash of the murders of 11 MOVE men, women, and children opened a door that still has not been closed. We are today living with those consequences. From Imprisoned Nation, this is Mumia Abu-Jamal.
Mumia Abu-Jamal recorded that commentary in prison. Last night, a prison nurse called Abu-Jamal's wife and told her he'd been moved to the hospital for a second time this year. His supporters say they're concerned. He had a fever and open wounds and sores on his leg. That does it for our show on this 30th anniversary of the MOVE bombing. Thanks so much to Lynn Washington in Philadelphia.
Okay, so people, you basically get the idea of what I'm saying here, right? It's evident that you probably wonder why. You probably ask yourself, what was the reason for the MOVE movement bombing? There's a better video explaining what happens here, you know. There's a full video of what really was going on. But I couldn't find that, so I just played it basically to get that information right away. But there was a real documentary on this whole thing, and I've watched it before, but I just can't. They must have took it down off YouTube or something, because you know these people are funny. They'll take that shit down because they hate seeing information freed after 40 years. Debbie Africa speaks. When will the rest of the MOVE 9 members get parole? What? Freed after 40 years. David Africa asks, when will the rest of the MOVE 9 members? Oh. So Mumia Abu-Jamal was probably a part of that movement at the time. Let's see. I'm not even sure, because I see him. Is that him right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're not getting no parole. Besiege the headquarters of the Black Radical. Holy crap. I never know the arm of the fire move on. Okay, here's. That's not even the real one. That's a depiction. Move. telling you, man, the real documentary was up there for so long. I think this is it right here. That might be it right there. But before we jump on that, because I got all night. Tonight's a night I got all night to do my research and do my thought, my meditation, what's what. You know, it is what it is. It's a matter. Yeah, so we just looked at that one. Now I wanted to know about the 9 members before I watched. I think I found the official documentary. So make sure you got your bag of popcorn and you're ready to lay down with your pillow up, and your water or your juice or whatever.
This is democracy.
I don't want to hear none of that crap. I should fast forward as soon as it started. Hit him. Excuse the load time.
Now,
No, I don't want to hear it. Right away, let's get into it. Into the first 20. Alright, internet.
All its members took the surname Africa. It was August 8, 1978, when police tried to remove members of MOVE from their communal home with water cannons and battering rams, even as some continued to hide in the basement with children.
Okay, that wasn't smart. I think I'm going to go ahead and...
Anniversary of a massive police operation in Philadelphia that culminated in the siege of the headquarters of a radical group known as MOVE, dedicated to black liberation and a back-to-nature lifestyle. The group was founded by John Africa, and all its members took the surname Africa. It was August 8, 1978, when police tried to remove members of MOVE from their communal home with water cannons and battering rams, even as some continued to hide in the basement with children. This is how an eyewitness described the scene in the documentary MOVE Confrontation in Philadelphia.
I was standing on the porch, 3207 Pearl Street. And I could hear, it's only about 200 people who move here because I could hear voices. I could distinguish who was calling, I could distinguish the kids crying, hear very clearly they was calling out for help.
And 2 minutes later, hoses are blasted at the house to flood MOVE members out of the basement.
During the siege on MOVE's house, gunfire was exchanged and a police officer named James Ramp was killed. MOVE members were beaten by officers as they were forced out of the home, including Delbert Africa, who was unarmed and half naked as TV news cameras filmed police grabbing him by his dreadlocks, throwing him to the ground and kicking and stomping him. 2 years later, 9 MOVE members were convicted of third-degree murder in Officer Ramp's death. They were sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison and became known as the MOVE 9. Well, today we look back at the attack 40 years ago in 1978 that preceded the 1985 bombing and led to the arrest of those who became known as the MOVE 9.
We're joined by Debbie Africa, the first of the 9 to be released from prison. At the time of her arrest, she was 8.5 months pregnant with her son Mike Jr. He was born inside prison. Then, this past June, on June 16th, after nearly 40 years behind bars, she was released and reunited with her son Mike, who is joining us now. Debbie and Mike joining us from Mike's house just outside Philadelphia because Debbie can't travel into Philadelphia or come to our studio. We've done part 1 of this interview, and we left part 1 where you were describing, Debbie, the birth of your son, who is sitting next to you, and I won't exactly say towering over you right now, but he's clearly taller. But if you could go back to the day that he was born in prison and describe in detail for us how you did this. You were determined not to let the prison know, not to let the officers be involved with the birth of Mike, named for your husband, Mike Africa, who remains behind bars and is up for parole in a month?
Yeah, I was determined to not let them know it because I didn't want them to do anything that I didn't want done. I didn't want to be forced to the hospital. I didn't want to be force fed intravenously. I didn't want any kind of violation against my body or him. I wanted to do whatever I could to protect him. And, because of the past, that wasn't always a city priority. That wasn't always, something that you could depend on at that point to not happen to a MOVE person, a MOVE baby, a MOVE, child. And so I was determined not to let them know that until I was ready for them to know. so that he could be safe.
Women were in your cell. I mean, Mike's about to turn 40 on September 15th, so this happened almost 40 years ago. How did you do this by yourself? You were with, what, another woman in your jail cell?
Yeah, well, Janine was in the room with me, but I did it by myself, and I did it just armed with the principle of motherhood and just the teachings of John Africa that had been given to all Move women at that point, because I wasn't the first Move woman to have a baby at home. Sue Africa was the first one actually to have a baby naturally in that era when people were saying that women could not have babies naturally. And so she was the first one. I believe I was the third. And so I had a baby 2 years before that.
What did you do with the placenta?
But anyway, you want to know that on TV? Well, I'll put it this way. We did dispose of it, but we just flushed it.
And
so.
And what about when baby Mike, who's sitting next to you, a grown man now, when this infant cried? You were with him for 3 days before the authorities understood what had happened?
Oh, well, it was just common sense to us. People just started making noise and singing. Merle stood right in front of my doorstep, and she just started singing a song or just, diverting the audio, diverting the ear, and, talked loud whenever we heard the officers getting close to that area, because we were locked behind another door, you see. And it was 63 cells, and then we were locked behind a door in isolation, so it was 8 cells there. So while Janine was in the cell with me, she just laid there and watched me, because she had also had 2 babies by then. No, 3. And I did everything myself, because that's the way John Africa taught us, that we're not crippled. He'd always explained to us in the old days that, having a baby was natural. It was not sick. Hospitals were sick for sick people. And because John Africa aided us in the principle of motherhood by showing us that we could do it through the example of eating right, exercising, being healthy, being strong. And so these were the principles that we adopted. And as young people, young people are indoctrinated easily influenced. So, we were more malleable. Like I was, in my early 20s. And so there was no fear. There was no fear there, because I had not actually been, real and systematically indoctrinated yet at that point. And so it was easy for John Africa to create that example through we Move women at the time. And so by the time I was arrested in 1978, I felt pretty confident that I could do it. And I was strong enough. There was nothing wrong with me. I was healthy. And that was the result.
I wanted to ask both of you about the second major Move confrontation in 1985. That would have been 7 years later. So, Mike, you would have been 7, and your mother would have been obviously still in prison. That was the confrontation that the entire world really was shocked at. And I want to turn to Ramona Africa, the sole adult survivor of the 1985 attack on the Move house, when she was describing what happened after the bomb was dropped on her house.
In terms of the bombing, after being attacked the way we were, first with 4 deluge hoses by the fire department, and then tons of tear gas, and then being shot at, the police admit to shooting over 10,000 rounds of bullets at us in the first 90 minutes. There was a lull. It was quiet for a little bit. And then, without any warning at all, 2 members of the Philadelphia Police Department's bomb squad got in a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter and flew over our home and dropped a satchel containing C4, a powerful military explosive that no municipal police department has. They had to get it from the federal government, from the FBI. And without any announcement or warning or anything, they dropped that bomb on the roof of our home. Now, at that point, we didn't know exactly what they had done. We heard the loud explosion. The house kind of shook, but it never entered my mind that they dropped a bomb on us. But the bomb did, in fact, ignite a fire. And not long after that, it got very, very hot in the house, and the smoke was getting thicker. At first, we thought it was tear gas, but as it got thicker, it became clear that this wasn't tear gas, that our home get our
police in Washington of the Philadelphia Daily News as we watched the bomb being dropped on the house. But then the amazing...
Okay, what about the 9?
At the time, we were not only in prison,
I want to hear about the
believe
9.
it, we were just, so it was just such a,
I do. I was, at the time, I was living with my grandmother a few miles away from the house, and I remember looking up. I mean, the house, 6221 Osage Avenue, was a few miles from the house that we lived in, and I saw my grandmother, they were all watching the news. And when they, and I just started thinking about the kids and Tommaso and all the other kids that I was growing up with, and you know, and it was just such a tragic day, and it was so confusing. I mean, I didn't understand why this would happen. I remember being very afraid of police because of them always attacking us and taking us and putting us in foster homes and always trying to like comb our hair and ripping our hair out of our scalp. And I just remember those those bad days. And May 13th, when that happened, it was just, even now, just thinking about it, it just was in disbelief. And I think I still haven't even really fully come to grips with all the new houses to make sure that it's not our house that's
Has the election of Larry Krasner to be DA of Philadelphia made a difference?
Let's go. We gotta go way down here to find about the 9.
it was just to win an award or just to win a trophy. You know, Mike runs because he is coordinated to run because that is what's going to make him healthy. He runs for health, he runs for fitness, he runs for his belief. You know, he plays sports to help him release energy. So these awards are really just being presented so that people can see that the things that was said on his previous parole interviews, lack of motivation for success, are just, it's not true, because he's just been doing this for years. And so that's why these are really, the point is being made that, you know, MOVE people are not successfully unmotivated. We are very much successfully motivated. And that's why that's the point that's being made here.
And Debbie, I'd like to ask you about another incarcerated individual, Mumia Abu-Jamal, who became a MOVE supporter and who was, as you well know, been accused, also in prison for the rest of his life for supposedly having killed a Philadelphia police officer who he has continuously denied having been involved in the killing. Could you talk about Mumia and his importance?
Well, I just know him as when he was a journalist, and he would come to the prison to interview us, to talk, and we just started getting really close just because of his interest in MOVE and our case. And so that's actually how I met him. He would just come to the prison and do interviews, and especially when we were on trial in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. And, but like I said, I don't know the specifics of his case except for what I've read, but I don't believe he's guilty. That's all I really can say. I don't believe he's guilty.
I wanted to play for you Mumia Abu-Jamal's most recent commentaries. It's titled, For Debbie Africa, Freedom.
For Debbie Africa, freedom. Debbie Africa is one of a group called the Move 9, survivors of the August 8, 1988 police attack on Move, Philadelphia. From that day to less than a week ago, Debbie has been in a cell, serving out an outrageous 30 to 100-year prison sentence, one of 7 surviving Move members. And like other Move members, she served 10 years over her minimum term before release on parole. Upon her release, in comments published by The Guardian of London, she remarked on 2 Move sisters who were not granted parole, Janine and Janet. Debbie, to leave them was hard. I was torn up inside because, of course, I want to come home, but I want them to come with me. I was in shock when it didn't happen that way. When Debbie was first arrested, she was 8 months pregnant, and in September 1978, she gave birth to a healthy baby boy, Michael Africa Jr., fed by her sisters, who smuggled food from the mess hall. She spent days with her son. Before it was discovered, she gave birth when the 2 were immediately separated. Mike Jr. tells of the first night living with his mother. He knocked on her bedroom door, and when she told him to come in, she was standing there barefoot. He looked down at her feet and realized it was the first time in his life that he had seen his mother's feet. His friend Benny told him that 2-year-old babies and infants knew more about their mothers than he, a man almost 40 years old. But the story is Debbie Africa, after 40 years behind bars, is free. May freedom come swiftly for the rest of the Move survivors of August 8, 1978. This is Mumia Abu-Jamal.
That's Mumia Abu-Jamal, no longer reporting from death row in prison for the rest of his life in Pennsylvania. Now Debbie Africa, one of the Move 9, is the first of the Move 9 to be freed. 2 other Move 9 members died in prison. The others, between the ages of 58 and 72, remain eligible for parole. Mike Africa, tell us who you were raised by. You would go from prison to prison visiting your mother and father, but who raised you?
The best answer that I could come up with, I've thought about the way to answer this for a lot of years, and the best answer that I could come up with is I was a community kid, right? So I was raised, I have so many different women, especially women, that, that I was with for a year, 2 years, 3 years, here and there, all the way up until I was an adult. And one of the Move brothers, Mo Africa, was the majority male figure in my life. And his wife, and staying with them, and so I bounced around from house to house until I was an adult.
In these final minutes we have together from Mike's home, where Debbie is staying. Debbie and Mike, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts are just bring the Move 9 that are still in prison. Like I said, we were arrested together, tried as a family, so we do this as a family.
And Mike Jr.
My final thought is the same. I want my father home so that we can, so that he lives out the rest of his life without
I tell you, man, these
having
people
to
something
be
else.
restricted to having a certain amount of water or a certain amount of food that they give you, or even though the people there have diabetes, the prison still serves them food that increases diabetes. I want my father home. I want Eddie home for the same reason. Food, and so that they can live the rest of their lives free.
Yeah.
We thank you both so much for being with us. Mike Africa and his mother, Debbie Africa.
Man, that's cold, man. That's crazy. They got these people struggling. People locked up in prison can't even get. They got their fathers and shit. Waiting on their father to come home. Yeah, I don't think they do. They all can. Fucking up in every way they possibly can right now. Getting slouchy every goddamn thing. It's all good. We ain't letting nothing bother us out here, man. Yeah. Is that it? Let's see if that's the full documentary.
Move is a group to summarize.
Why is something still playing?
That they've actually kind of confounded journalists over the years as we've attempted to explain them to the public.
YouTube is bugging,
The
yo.
name is not an acronym. It doesn't stand for anything. Which
So why that shit is talking right now? But I didn't press play or anything. Actually, I backed up. Fucking fuck up
really
shit.
kind of one of the last vestiges of
Yeah, shit. That's how it is right now. Whenever you start putting out information, man, everything wanna fuck up. Nothing. And I don't want you in 35. You know it's gonna be filled. This is the movie, so I'm about to get my popcorn out right now. You know, I keep saying popcorn while I'm playing. I'm talking about my ganja, cause that's poison, dude. Eat too much of that crap, you'll be swollen with nothing and just about to die. Popcorn, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying right now? Don't eat too much of that crap, yo. I'm playing, talking about get your popcorn out. Much love, Rainy. I love you. Super fans on deck. I wonder if Lorraine is still here. She probably went to sleep. I know y'all rocking though. That's just what I'm doing tonight, you know? Taking a break from everything to do this.
Michael, you remember me from the last time you and I talked about a week ago? You see this camera over here, you're going to have to say yes so that camera can take down everything you say, because that camera can't take down something when you shake your head. Can you say yes for us? Let me hear you say yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. How about a little bit louder than that?
Yes.
And we talked about what happened on the 13th of May. You remember that?
Yeah.
Now, Michael, do you know what it is to tell the truth about things? You're going to have to say yes. You can't shake your head. Okay. And what does it mean when you have to tell the truth about things?
Don't lie.
Don't lie. That's right. And do you know what happens to people who lie?
Yeah.
What happens to them?
They get hurt.
They get hurt.
Yes, the big story on Action News tonight is the effort to evict Move from its house into a disaster.
The fire is now 5 alarms, still raging out of control, as you can see.
An unknown number of heavily armed Move members continue at large, possibly roaming the alleyways.
Going in, everybody knew that Move would resist anything.
While the police will say that they come here to arrest people, we have done nothing wrong.
We do not want policemen killed. We do not want the people in the house killed.
Fellow officer James Rapp was killed 7 years ago. They will never forget that. Okay, this is unconfirmed. We've got to emphasize this is unconfirmed. But Channel 10 technician Fran Hardy reports.
Lieutenant Cindy Arias was dropped out of that helicopter. Nobody around here has ever seen anything like this. We expect that maybe 60, perhaps more homes have gone up in flames.
I stand fully accountable for the actions that took place tonight.
How did an attempt to arrest Move members become an inferno that killed 11 people and destroyed 61 homes?
You can call the group reactionists, revolutionaries, terrorists.
There was a decision to let the fire burn.
On May 13th, 1985, years of conflict between the city of Philadelphia and a small urban group known as MOVE ended in a members and the Philadelphia police. It was one of the most devastating days in the modern history of this city. Before we call the first witness, I want to tell you about this special commission. We are men and women, black and white, guided by our own attitudes and beliefs. What we hope to accomplish is to begin healing the wounds caused by the failure to resolve conflicting lifestyles in a peaceful way.
This is MOVE, the people in an organization that admits to being totally revolutionary. For the past 4 years, they've lived in the Powelton Village area of West Philadelphia, often running into conflicts with police. Their personal appearance has brought stares and some expressions of disapproval from the community, but it is what they do that counts, not how they look. In everything from work habits to child raising, MOVE is revolutionary.
I was indoctrinated with a philosophy in the past that revolution only meant picking up a gun and going out and murdering somebody. I never thought that revolution consisted of revolutionizing myself to get away from the things that caused me to want to revolt.
MOVE does not believe in technology. They use a wood-burning stove for heat, and they have no electricity. But they do have cars, and they have a telephone. Why? All the answers are in the guidelines, their Bible left by John Africa.
Ms. Sims, can you describe for me what the philosophy of MOVE was? What did John Africa teach with regard to the society in which you found yourself living?
You're asking what was being taught?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the absolute truth. We were being taught about this system, the corruption in this system, but mainly it was just the absolute truth.
What John Africa did was expose the lie in the system, uncover it.
Could you describe what you mean by the word the system, please?
The system, the establishment, you.
Kids are afraid to walk to school. Abandoned homes, pockmarked together. Philadelphia needs a strong man for a tough job. Philadelphia needs Frank Rizzo as mayor.
A small local minority among us seeks to destroy the heritage of 1776. We must be ever vigilant that this minority does not impose its philosophy on the unwilling majority of Americans.
In their vigilant effort to maintain close contact with Mother Earth, the MOVE members are breaking up the cement of the sidewalk around their property.
But you have to have some kind of standard for your organization here, for your life. You're just not, but you are not animals. I mean, why not? I don't want to be personal. No, wait, why not? See, we are animals because our reference is no different than the reference of animals. There's only one reference, and that's life. That's what MOVE is about, life, truth. That's our religion. I'm saying this is what we taught by founder John Africa.
We see John Africa in the same way that people saw Jesus Christ because of his carpentry, because of his simple way of living, and so forth. Now we know that John Africa is the man who can explain Jesus Christ.
When Reverend Audrey Bronson wants to practice her religion, nobody beats her up. But when MOVE wanted to practice their religion, people started talking about it's not done that way. There are Catholics and Methodists, evangelists, theologians, you name it. We were the religion of life. Where is it written that we could not have a religion of our own?
Exactly.
Your brother Vincent Leapart was John Africa, is that correct?
My brother, Vincent Leapart, was my brother. John Africa was the founder of the MOVE organization.
And they were one and the same.
I said my brother was my brother. And I said John Africa was the founder of the MOVE organization. Vincent Leapart is my brother.
When Michael was about 2 years of age, he was taken by his mother to a residence occupied by members of an organization called MOVE. And Michael was subsequently given the name of Bernie Africa. Michael Ward was, of course, no more a member of MOVE than a child of Republican or Democratic parents would be styled by a particular party label. He was throughout an absolutely innocent, guiltless, and under the circumstances, vulnerable child and youngster.
Now, when you go to school and you embrace that education, the very first thing you are taught in school is separation, is categorization, alienation, concept. You're taught black, white, blue, green, up, down, back, forth. Taught Protestant, Catholic. Taught Yale, Harvard. Concept, war. Now, if a child does not know if he is black and I am white, if he is not taught that categorization, if he is not taught that separation, in the place of that, all he can gravitate to, all he can know is harmony, is unity, is love.
What's this? What's that? What does it do to you? Can you eat it? No.
Did you like raw food?
Some of it.
Some of it? What did you like particularly?
Watermelon, mangoes, and sweet potatoes, and onions.
And onions? Did you all eat any meat at all?
Only one time we ate raw chicken.
Why would the adults eat cooked food and the children not eat cooked food, do you know?
They said they wasn't used to raw food.
Oh, they weren't used to raw food, and the children were used to raw food.
These kids do not have any skin conditions that is normally associated with so-called malnutrition. Their stomachs are full like that because they eat all the time.
Were you all ever punished for taking the food or anything?
Sneak and cook food.
Yeah. Did they punish you when you...
They had meetings on it.
They had meetings? Would they ever hit the children? So you didn't get any spankings or anything like that?
They said they don't believe in spanking.
They didn't believe in spankings. I see. Did you, and when they would holler at the children, what would the children do?
Cry.
They would cry. Did they ever holler at you?
Yeah.
Did you cry when you were hollered at?
Yeah.
Did they say they loved you?
Yeah.
Did you love them?
I came in contact with MOVE back in 1974. We had a number of rap sessions with youngsters in terms of trying to offer a different point of view.
Did they appear to you to be violent at all?
No, it basically appeared to be a progressive political organization. pretty much concerned about the issues that impacted on the black community.
Officer Cressy, was there any indication that you were aware of that the MOVE members were potentially violent?
Other than being vocal, no, sir.
Put out one thing, like you ain't hear me use profanity. It is impossible to describe a maniac, a profane, obscene, pornographic freak without using profane words. Motherfuckers.
Do you have information concerning how many arrests occurred involving MOVE?
There was 141 demonstrations. There was 97 court cases. There was 8 meetings, and there was 193 arrests.
I have just as much right, and my brother got just as much right to speak as you. So what you doing arrogantly gambling us down?
This is not a forum for your political views. Do you understand that?
Do you understand that I was brought here because of my beliefs, because of my views?
Yes, I think the witness at this point is badgering the judge.
They were, in fact, telling the truth in the courtroom, and because the judge could not dispute it, because the judge had went to Harvard and Yale and Cornell to learn what law was, they could not understand how a people could stand there looking as they did, but yet knowing more, in fact, than they did. And this called for many contempts, many beatings in the courtroom. And it was like a repeat over and over again.
Officer Cressy, directing your attention to approximately March 30 of 1976, what, if anything, occurred during that time period with regard to MOVE?
A 24-hour surveillance was established at the MOVE compound, 309 North 33rd Street.
Around the same time, was there any situation that arose with regard to an infant?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe that, sir?
Okay. Just bear with me, please.
On March 28th of this year, at about 4 in the morning, some MOVE members were returning from one of many sentences in the city jail. The MOVE people say they weren't making a lot of noise, but someone in the neighborhood complained to the police. What happened next is the beginning of a controversy that has yet to be investigated. Somehow, an argument led to a scuffle, police reinforcement on the scene, and MOVE put up resistance. By the time it was over, 6 policemen reported injuries, 6 members of MOVE were arrested, and later it was found that 3-week-old Life Africa, one of the MOVE babies, was dead.
We went upstairs, 2 inquiry reporters there, and we were led into a dark room, and we saw what appeared to be the remains of a baby. And it was their contention that this baby had been killed in a police raid. Subsequent to that, I introduced a resolution to City Council calling for an investigation. It never took place. And I felt at that time that the MOVE people were being harassed and that it was a racial problem. Shortly thereafter, I received some letters from the people who live on 32nd and Pearl Street. And they indicated that they were displeased with MOVE and they wanted to meet me. And I went to the meeting expecting to see mostly Caucasian people complaining about MOVE. And I was surprised when I entered the home that most of the people there were
black. Yo, right here. I can't even tell you what just happened, mama. Hold up. Let me find that app. Here we go. Man, that was some weird stuff. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let me get back up in there. I must be streaming for too long. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get this over with. This long ass video. I don't mind though, because I'm not doing nothing but chilling and relaxing. Next move is going to rest. So bless up everybody out there. Much love, peace, and safety.
But that was something else that I just did not understand. And then I learned that unless you did everything that they wanted you to do, you were an enemy.
On May 20th, 1977, Move brandished weapons from their Powhatan Village headquarters platform, saying no longer will we be beaten or intimidated by the police without a like response.
To your knowledge, did any members of the MOVE organization ever possess any weapons?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Have you ever seen the pictures of May 20, 1977 at Powhatan Village where people are carrying what appear at least to be weapons?
Yes, I have.
Were those members of the MOVE organization?
Yes, they were.
Were they weapons?
I don't know. I don't want anyone to think that I'm insulting their intelligence, but when you have anything like that, regardless to what it looks like, if it is found inside of the house or not found inside of the house and it is brought out and it is found to be inoperable, it is found not to work at all, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a weapon. But let me be clear, this can be a weapon, but I'm talking about to the point of a weapon that can fire. It's just like you said, you know, what appeared to be weapons.
In my view, it seemed to suggest a turning point. It was the point in which it became clear that MOVE, in fact, could become a violent organization, would, in fact, fight, would, in fact, use weapons in order to accomplish their mission.
They named the game, and I assure you, they lose.
We'll do what's necessary.
What is that?
The strategy of John Africa.
What is that?
Our only defense.
What is that?
The strategy of John Africa.
You aren't telling me anything. You're just saying the strategy.
Hey, I want to show my strategy to you. We ain't talking about hurting nobody's religion. We ain't talking about killing off nobody's religion. We're talking about religion persecution. Don't question the person that's telling the truth. Question the person that's telling the lie. All right.
That's why they shut him down. These motherfuckers was radically true. They remind me of me. Fuckers probably want to kill me because I be talking the truth. Fucking bitch ass people. Some bitch ass people.
Whose doctrine they represent. And that's what's wrong with this country. We're backing off too much.
People are people regardless of their color, their skin, their religion, their race, or nothing. They're still people. They can bleed, they can die, they can catch diseases. We can all go through the same situations. It's unnecessary for all of it. I really think it's unnecessary. And it all is going to boil down to a bunch of people getting hurt and killed over nothing. Over nothing that doesn't really make any sense.
That's right. Bunch of dumbass people.
At 6:10 a.m., Mayor Rizzo finally, after 15 months of confrontation, used the force he threatened all along.
The police will be in there to drag them out by the backs of their necks. They're going to be taken by force if they resist.
That little white woman looking over his shoulder.
We'll use our hands. If they come in here with clubs, we'll use clubs. But if they come in here shooting and killing our women and children and our men, we will shoot back in defense of our lives.
I've learned one thing as a policeman: you never underestimate your opponent. You always get in there faster with more than's necessary, and you overpower them.
Stakeout personnel using body shields cover firemen as they position a portable deluge gun closer to the compound. Officers and firemen are wounded by gunfire. The first deluge gun goes out of control. Other officers and firemen begin to pull wounded personnel out of the line of fire. Officer Rand, shown here lying on his back, has now been mortally wounded. Officer Hessen, also wounded, crawls over and attempts to shield Officer Rand.
Get gunshots. Okay, so one get killed.
Mr. Rendell, did you consider the MOVE organization to be a terrorist group?
They had demonstrated a past history of violence. They had demonstrated a willingness to use the violence, force, or the threat of violence or force to achieve their objectives. It was almost difficult, if not well nigh impossible, to deal with them on any rational basis. That their stated goals as a group that was a back-to-nature group were frankly a bunch of bull. People who have killed one person, injured several others, people who threatened to blow up people's houses, people who threatened to shoot and kill neighbors, police, elected officials. I think that's a pretty adequate description of the word terrorist.
Still watching right now.
At every step of the way, including the final act today, the police used commendable restraint, and it was done for many reasons, most of all because the children were present today.
There had been much concern on the part of many people that the police would make a violent assault on the MOVE members. As it turned out, the police acted with precision and restraint.
One of the MOVE members came out the window with a cartridge case in one hand, a clip, and with a knife in the other, where he was hit on the top of the head with a steel helmet. And was taken into custody. That's what you're referring to.
Hit them on the head. Kick them on the head. I have no idea. I just couldn't say. Your ass, they are.
The police probably would have been legally within their rights to have killed all of the 12 people in that basement.
Do you believe this is just a symbolic gesture, tearing the house down at this point, the very day of the shootout?
I think behind it is the question we've got to ask is why.
There's a suspicion that that some shots had come from elsewhere. Walt Hunter from WCAU, by the way, swears that a shot was fired going in this direction.
People who know us know that we're not terrorists. We fight cops because they're dirty, they're filthy, they're criminal.
The sad part of it is that this incident is not yet over. There will still be misguided voices in the community seeking clemency for these criminals.
What they should have done is shot that goddamn bum, and then there would have been no trouble today.
This police department in Philadelphia could invade Cuba and win. What I'm saying, Tom Snyder, is that we are now trained and equipped to fight wars.
From all neighborhoods, from all walks of life, can solve the problem facing our city. Leapart was asked how he felt when the verdict was read.
Nothing. I was sleeping.
What are your plans in terms of staying in Philadelphia, in terms of trying to continue the move cult?
It's not a cult. It's an organization.
When you appear to be different, you become angry and you will do things out of the norm.
Did you ever think about leaving Move?
Yeah,
When was that?
a long time ago.
Long time ago? Why did you want to leave Move?
Because you couldn't do what other kids do.
You couldn't do what the other kids did? What were the other children allowed to do who were outside of Move that you couldn't do?
Play with toys and stuff, and ride bikes and watch TV.
Did you tell anyone that you wanted to leave? Who'd you tell?
We told each other.
Night night, Rainier. Much love, mama. Rest easy. See you later, alright?
This is a blue-collar neighborhood. And any given summer day, you have the children playing in the streets. You have mother maybe sitting on the steps, neighbors talking to each other. And all of a sudden, on the loudspeaker, you'd hear a voice would come out and say, "You motherfuckers, what the fuck are you doing out here now? Do you know what's going on here? You son of a bitches, you're around here fucking everybody up. What the fuck is going on? Anything that was vile, they would go into it.
The filth, it was unbelievable.
And this
that
went on
this could be in, something like this could be in someone's mind.
It's one thing to be 2 blocks away and hear it, but to live right next door, full blast in our bedroom. I watched my wife many nights lay there in that bed and cry with nothing else she could do. I think that what we really hoped for was that some kind of way the city would find a way to deal with this situation.
The only thing that was happening is that MOVE was taking a stand against the injustice that has been dropped on them by this administration and the original administration. MOVE principle has never changed. MOVE's mood, I'm talking about bitterness now, did change.
They made, in my view, a conscious decision to aggravate residents to the point where the residents would, in fact, demand for the city to take actions to provide them with relief. And in that regard, the city would be forced into doing one or two things: to engage in confrontation or to engage in compromise.
There was a lot of hostility between those two entities. And I think it must be researched why the hostility was there.
Which two entities, Mr. Bond?
The City of Philadelphia and the MOVE organization. And as a pawn, we were caught in between. And nobody, frankly, gave a damn.
So I met with 15 residents on Osage Avenue on Memorial Day, 1984. At that meeting, I said to them that I will research as to whether or not there is a legal basis for the city to do something about the problem that you have brought to us, but also pointed out to them that the mayor does not have the authority because he does not like, the neighbors do not like, the way someone lives, to simply go in and evict the people from the house. That we don't have those kinds of options in this democracy.
Today, more than 3 dozen Philadelphia policemen surrounded the building after a MOVE member was spotted on the roof wearing a hooded mask and carrying a shotgun. That standoff lasted less than 2 hours. Police did not enter the house and no arrests were made. In the last several weeks, their actions have escalated tensions in the neighborhood, leading to tonight's situation.
When the individual was on the roof with the mask and the shotgun, my daughter was in our picture with him. And she said, "Daddy, what is the man doing on top of the roof with the gun?" And I didn't have an answer. She asked, "Isn't that against the law?" And I said, "Yes." Well, I don't know how you can say that for a certain group of people the law applies and then another group of people that same law doesn't apply. I think we were in the law on an equal basis, if I'm correct.
You would see them dragging logs from the park up the street. You could see the line, you know, in the street from the, I guess, the oil out of the trees that they would drag up.
Wood would be stacked up in front of the house of 6221. It was so much of it that we requested that they do something with it.
What was the response to that request?
They responded and put it on top of the roof.
We used to play on the roof.
You used to play on the roof a lot?
A lot of times.
Now, you said something about a bunker.
Mm-hmm.
How many bunkers were there on the roof?
2.
2. And do you know what they were made of?
Tree wood and regular wood, and then we put steel on it, and then we put plywood on it.
What kind of holes did they have in the bunkers?
Like it was, the bunker was halfway over the roof, like this, and you could look down, you could see up the street and all over.
Do you know what those holes were for?
They said for shooting holes.
That bunker you see there is kind of a toyish looking thing. And I will tell you, on Osage Avenue, it commanded the scene. It overlooked and overpowered anything you can imagine. It was awesome.
There's been talk that there are explosives in this house. Is there any truth to that?
That's only people's, hallucination, because they have not been inside this house, so they would not know what is in this house. What is in this house is the strategy of John Africa that is very explosive.
Is it a confrontation?
It most certainly is a confrontation, one strategized by John Africa years and years and years ago.
Commissioner, could you tell us what the lessons were that you felt were learned in the 1978 confrontation from your point of view?
From my point of view, sir, was that MOVE was a group who was bent by virtue of their dogma and by their actions of destroying civilized activity and ability to live in a neighborhood peacefully.
Tonight, there are growing concerns about the controversial group MOVE. City officials met today for the second straight day to discuss strategy.
Sources reveal that Philadelphia's district attorney has now prepared the warrants that are legally necessary to evict MOVE members from their home. Once those warrants are signed by a judge, action by police to evict MOVE could come at pretty much any time.
Do you know a police officer by the name of Dolores Thompson?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall telling her that your son Frank was ordered to attack you, that you were beaten until you started to vomit violently, that Frank then placed a pillow over your face and asked John Africa if he wanted you to be cycled or killed, and that John Africa replied, "Not at this time"?
Did she tell you that I said that?
I have her report of that conversation, Mrs. James.
Okay. Well, then were you satisfied with what she said?
I'm asking you.
Okay. I heard rumors to the effect that my son had beaten me. I've also heard rumors to the effect that Wilson Good put his wife's jaw in a pulley, that he beat the hell out of her. Will you ask Mayor Good that when he comes in here, if he in fact beat his wife? And if not, why not? If it is relevant that my son beat me, or whether or not he did beat me, then I would say it is just as relevant for you to ask Wilson Good when he comes in here, did he beat his wife? I don't think you're going to ask him that. I really don't. But you should, if you feel that it is relevant.
Mr. Litton, I just want to make it clear in my mind so that I understand. Am I to assume that the bomb was dropped on MOVE people because Frank beat his mother?
And we're trying to find out what happened, and we'll continue asking questions.
Okay.
Of course, on Mother's Day, the evacuation has been slow. People had plans for today. A few had decided that they'd stay and not evacuate, but police have now apparently advised those people that they think it's best that they leave.
I hope that it's resolved quickly, and have all confidence that the mayor is going to be doing the right thing.
I wouldn't mind staying myself, you see, but I was told to leave.
because you don't know what the extent of this is going to be, you know?
What do you think?
I think, believe it or not, I think you'll have to kill all of them.
And neighbors have been told by police not to return to their homes for 24 hours. That's 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Now, what will happen between now and then remains to be seen, Charles.
And Casey, some of the neighbors, as they were leaving, said to me that as they were leaving the neighborhood, the MOVE people were sitting out in front of the MOVE house, the children in hand. Perhaps that was a subtle or not so subtle indication of what's happening here.
Did you consider, sir, that at least in 1978, the members of the MOVE organization who were at the Pelton Village House had used their children as if they were hostages?
No, sir, I did not.
You've said they came out holding their children up as shields. I'm not an expert in police science, but I think to the layman that might suggest that they were using their children as a hostage. And that's why I'm asking you why you did not consider that.
They were using them simply as a ploy, and using that philosophy, that feeling that we had for the sanctity of children and everyone else to our disadvantage.
I do not want to wake up tomorrow morning and find myself short one son. Because if this thing kicks off, you're going to have bodies thrown every which way. You're going to have children killed, and you're going to have adults killed. I am very much afraid you're going to have blood-soaked streets.
Every one of us knew that there was an extraordinarily high likelihood that someone was going to die. We didn't know whether it was going to be a policeman. We didn't know whether it was going to be a fireman. We didn't know whether it was going to be a MOVE member. The worst dread of all was that it was going to be a child or a neighbor or a bystander. I don't know if anyone on this panel has ever had the responsibility of saying go to a plan that you know is going to cost human lives. Until you've done that, it's very difficult to gauge whether the city officials were right or wrong in what they did.
Did you all have meetings where you would discuss what to do if the police came?
Mm-mm. Not us.
Not the children? How about the adults? How about the grown-ups?
They used to be upstairs by themselves when they had their meetings.
When they had their meetings? How often would they have their meetings?
A lot of times.
A lot of times. Did you ever sit in on, were you ever in any of their meetings? Did you ever know what went on in those meetings?
Mm.
Well, what is a confrontation? Do you know?
Like it was.
Well, what happens when you have a confrontation?
When the cops come and stuff.
What did you believe that they might have had by way of firearms in that house?
We were led to believe that they had automatic firearms. Shotguns. I guess just as well equipped as we were.
Mm-hmm. And so based on what you believed they had, then you went prepared to match.
To match
or to be
better than.
Or to have superior.
That's correct, sir.
We interrupt regular programming for this special report. I'm Dennis Wolfering with Harvey Clark at 62nd and Vine, where authorities continue preparation for an apparent confrontation with the radical group MOVE. Let me tell you what's happened so far this morning. About 2 hours ago, about 3:30 a.m., utility crews moved into the area, shut off gas and electricity. SWAT teams have been converging on the area. You can see a fire truck behind me with a deluge gun pointed back that way. It's aimed apparently at the MOVE house. It looks like the scene is set.
I got on my stomach, and with the bullhorn, I read the message. And to be quite frank, I was sweating it out.
What did Commissioner Sanborn say, do you know?
He was telling him to come out.
Could you hear him? saying that?
What was the response of the MOVE organization? When you read the arrest warrant, did they vacate the premises?
That they would not surrender.
Can you tell us what else they said?
That they would kill us all.
And what else did they say?
They said that all of our wives would be widows.
And what else did they say about your wives?
They said that our wives would be sleeping with other men before the end of the day.
Did they describe what other kind of men?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
They said that our wives would be sleeping with black men before the end of the day.
Do you recall what your reaction was to those statements?
I accepted it, sir, as some of their rhetoric and attempts to incite the police and myself to a precipitous action.
The police went in about 5 minutes to 6. Just 4 minutes ago, they pumped tear gas in, which is in the area. The police began a deluge, which you can see here. That water is actually being pumped in about probably 50 yards into the MOVE compound.
As you can see up the street, Tommy, if you just pan up there, it's a very surreal kind of scene. Very calm men standing around as the cloud of tear gas, the haze kind of begins to lift. Here comes some more tear gas down Addison Street. This apparently has expanded to include the entire square block. Perhaps when the cloud clears, we'll know a little bit more.
What was the plan for May 13th, 1985?
The tactical plan, as I understood it, was to remove the MOVE people, all the people, from the house safely. That was the objective. It was to be done by causing a diversion on the roof, inserting the insertion teams on either side of the properties, and by them and inducing an amount of CS gas in a sufficient concentration to make those people come out of the house.
The police presence here is not like it was the last time. This is being handled almost entirely by the stakeout unit. There may have just been a gunshot. The gunshots are starting right now. It sounds like automatic fire, Steve. There's quite a bit of it. We can't tell, Steve, at this point exactly where the gunfire is coming from. Okay, Steve, at this point, we're being forced to leave our position. We'll get back to you as soon as we can.
The police are now moving Harvey Clark and Charlestown.
Who shot first?
They did.
How do you know?
Because I was there.
I understand that. Did you see muzzle fire? I'm just trying to determine how you have that knowledge.
No, sir, I did not, but one of the other teams reported that they were receiving hostile fire.
Did it sound like automatic fire to you?
It did, yes, sir.
And I take it you're familiar with the sound of automatic weapons fire?
I've heard automatic, yes, sir.
Pat, as you can see, we have reestablished our live signal. Tremendous bursts of gunfire have rang out in the area of the 6200 block of Osage Avenue. Walt Hunter has joined me. And Walter, what have you learned?
We have heard several popping sounds here indicating the gunfire is getting much, much closer. We don't know if the guns you're hearing are police guns, MOVE guns, or other guns. About the only thing we can confirm for you at this point is that clearly, based on the nature of the shootout we're seeing here this morning, MOVE did have some weaponry either in the house or nearby.
As you know, Commissioner, there were no automatic weapons found in the MOVE house. Do you know whether or not the automatic weapons fire you heard was in fact from police officers?
The firing, as initiated by MOVE, was apparently automatic fire. And I explain it, but I do not believe for 1 minute that it was the police that were firing at that time.
Once the MOVE members started firing, their status changed radically in the eyes of the law. They, at that point, became forcible felons. And there's a whole different set of laws as to the apprehension and the amount of force that can be used in the apprehension of and the prevention of the escape of forcible felons.
Including the children.
No, that's as to the adults.
We went downstairs.
Did the adults tell you to go downstairs? And where did you go when you went downstairs?
The garage.
Into the garage? Where were the men?
They were upstairs.
Do you know what they were doing?
Now, we know that the children wasn't doing any shooting. Do you
I
feel
do
that
not
their rights?
know that the children were not shooting.
Would you say that if we had children in there 4, 5, 6 years old, that they would have been using any type of weapons?
To my knowledge, there was only one that young.
We would like to tell you that the shootout is over. We cannot say that definitively. We can say there's been at least a 15 or 20-minute break in the gunfights. Here comes a police car racing in right now at this moment. This is a highway patrol car racing into the scene. We don't know what this signifies. We'd like to tell you it's over. We really can't right now. There has been a pause. There are indications that what has been a tremendous gunfight is over. Looking in the trunk of this car right here, there's more gunfire right now. We're going to crouch down.
Look, as you were about to say, the police are unloading, as you can see right now, police are unloading Winchester cartridge shells from the back of a highway patrol car.
Do you know how many rounds were fired that day?
No, sir, but I will say that we ran out. We did not anticipate the extent of the confrontation and ran out. I don't know what time it was, but it was sometime in the morning.
What's happening is it's a shootout. Oh, man, and those kids. And all that work.
The gunfire is as close as it's been since the shootout happened this morning. Let's come closer. Let's come closer and use and crouch down behind the eyewitness news truck.
Heard shots being fired and cops was in the alleyway. They was like, get in the house. Don't come out. I was very, very frightened.
You're supposed to nip something in the bud. If you see something's coming, you're supposed to sit down and try to iron it out before something like this comes to the stage.
It's war. This is war. I've never seen it, but I've lived through it today.
This woman, we can't determine whether she is a relative of one of the MOVE members or not. It appeared that things had gotten calm, and then, as you heard about a minute and a half ago, another burst of gunfire.
This woman is now being taken into police custody. You're watching it live. They are restraining her. She is hysterical and is clearly upset about what's going on, and they're just trying to get her out of the danger area where we are in the fringes right now.
By virtue of the fact that MOVE had construction on the roof that was commonly referred to as the bunker, that gave them complete command of the Osage Avenue, access over the roofs. They were in an enviable tactical position.
The water cannon used during the MOVE standoff today shoots an estimated 1,000 gallons of water a minute.
Sources say the purpose of the water is threefold. First, to disorient the people inside the house. Secondly, the water increases humidity, which makes tear gas more effective. Thirdly, the powerful water pressure could cause the house to collapse.
If that plan relied solely on the ability of our equipment to knock the bunker off, they knew very clearly up front that we cannot guarantee that, sir.
Chris, I saw Police Commissioner Gregory Sambor about 45 minutes ago, and he described his men as, quote, taking a break now. They are obviously somewhat startled by the way that Move's building at 62 and Osage was fortified and able to take the water barrage and the bullets that flew in there this morning. Thousands of rounds spun off.
Larry, for the first time, it's been quiet for several hours here. The police helicopter did go back up, and I guess they wanted to take a look at the top of the bunker. We have reports, what you see in front there, the yellow tarp is the front of that building, and we were told that that bunker was destroyed, but it appears that it's still there.
Okay, Harvey, they stopped the snorkel gun now. There's no water on that roof.
For some time, the water has been turned off.
At City Hall this afternoon, Mayor Good appeared publicly for the first time since the siege began. Good said he's committed to removing Move from the structure.
We intend to evict from the house, we intend to evacuate from the house, we intend to seize control of the house. We will do it by any means necessary.
Something is starting to happen. There is the fire engine has fired up again. Its engine is on for the first time all afternoon. We just saw some police officers behind us have their hands over their ears. We don't know why. We can't hear anything at this point. I must say that this tiny little flurry activity is really the first bit of activity that there's been here all afternoon. It's been very quiet. Police say that they have a plan. They say it will be implemented shortly. We will tell you what it is when it happens. Reporting live from 62nd and Delancey, this is Chris Wagner, Channel 6 Action News.
This device that was used, you're calling it a device, I'm calling it a bomb. But did it ever occur to you that this might have been a dangerous device to use in a residential neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
It did occur to you?
Yes, ma'am.
By not vetoing it, did you approve the plan to use an explosive on the roof?
I think that I was fully aware that it would in fact be used, and it is my view that you can regard that as an approval of using the explosive on the roof, yes.
I come in and knock a lot like this, and I put the helicopter right there in a 10 to 15 foot hover above the roof, and I was right on the left-hand side of the helicopter, right here, onto this corner is where I finally came to a stop.
You were down in the garage, is that right?
We were down there for a while, and then everybody came down.
All the men came down?
That's when the big bomb went off. It shook the whole house up.
Lisa, there has just been a huge explosion here. We don't know what it means, but it just shook the whole place. Debris flew all over the place. I don't know what that explosion was. All I can tell you is that it was a huge blast.
Get a shot with me.
Harvey, can you hear
At
us?
this point, I really can't tell you very much. There was about a 15-second delay, then an explosion.
Perhaps the most frightening thing here is that police do say that 6 to 8 children are believed to be inside the move house.
As soon as we find out what the explosion is, we will try to tell you. At this point, I simply do not know.
After the explosion, you saw that the bunker was still there.
Yes, sir.
Did you observe any smoke or fire on the roof?
I did not.
And
I did hear over the radio that there was none.
It's easy to equate explosions and explosive materials with fire, but that's not necessarily so, because I think we've all seen buildings demolished, and it's used all the time in mining. So I don't think you can just logically conclude if you're going to have an explosion, you're going to have a fire.
There's no more smoke, and at this point, looking over my shoulder, the water barrage appears to have ended again.
Okay, there is a new development at the Move Building, 62nd and Osage. We'll go live right away to Harvey Clark at the scene. What's going on, Harvey?
Larry, behind me, you can probably see right now, we'll push to try to get a little tighter shot of it, that the satchel charge or whatever the explosive or bomb that was dropped on the Move compound just a few minutes ago has apparently started a serious fire. But the two deluge guns or sprinklers that they've been pumping water in from Pine Street are not active now.
I wanted to get the bunker. I wanted to be able to somehow have tactical superiority without sacrificing any lives if it were at all possible.
Commissioner Sambor said to me, he said, let's let the bunker burn to eliminate that high ground advantage and the tactical advantage of the bunker. And I said, yeah, okay.
It was not an order. In essence, in communication, I communicated to him that I would like to let the fire burn.
Larry, this is becoming a very emotional scene. With me is Janice Walker. She lives at 6217 Osage, just 2 doors from the Move house. And you're afraid that your house may be on fire.
Sure, it's just destroyed, and it's just not fair. We've been there over 20 years, and we didn't have to go through this.
We only left with a few odds and ends, for the night. We had no idea it was going to be this devastating.
You got innocent people that live around there on Osage Avenue, and they just, their properties is just going up in smoke.
I saw initially a small fire on the roof. I saw what appeared to be as some water coming in. I determined later that that was not water at all, but was basically the kind of snow on my television stream. And after about 5 minutes of watching that, I gave what was my first order of the day, which was put the fire out.
You are aware that the mayor has testified that at approximately 6 o'clock on the evening of May 13th, he ordered that the fire be put out.
I heard the testimony, yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not there had been any order to put the fire out?
Yes, sir.
Did you convey that order to anyone else?
Yes, sir.
To whom?
Fire commissioner was still there.
Question, to whom? Answer, the fire commissioner was still there.
Those responses were Commissioner Sambor, sir?
Yes, sir.
I categorically deny that. I had no knowledge of an order to extinguish that fire.
Was there any smoke or tear gas in the garage when you were down there? Or was it tear gas?
There was smoke and tear gas.
Smoke and tear gas? Did it bother you? Did it burn your eyes or anything? And what did you all do?
We was under the blanket, but I hid.
Were all the kids under blankets? Where were the women? Were they
Under blankets.
They were in the blankets? Now, you said the blankets were wet. How did the blankets get wet?
Because we had them in a bucket of water.
Isn't it true, Commissioner Sambor and Fire Commissioner Richmond, that you, in effect, made a decision to use fire as a weapon in this instance?
Absolutely not, sir.
Well, you made a decision to let that fire burn until the bunker was destroyed, isn't that right?
When you talk about a weapon, you talk about a weapon as being used against probably individuals, and I was never a consideration, nor would I ever use it as a consideration.
Well, Fire Commissioner Richmond, what did you understand the police commissioner was asking you to do?
I would respond in the same way, Justice Kaufman. There's no one that I know in the city government that would use weapons, intentionally go out there to burn those people to death. There's no one that I know of could do that.
You were aware in 1978, I assume, that a situation had developed involving certain police officers and Adelbert, Africa.
Yes, sir.
Did you give any instructions as to whether or not the officers who were specifically involved in that altercation should or should not be included in the operation for May 13th, 1985?
I did not.
Weren't you concerned that there might be some revenge motive which may take the police action beyond the legal limits?
I think there's no question there was, at least on the part of some policemen, residual anger towards MOVE organization or members thereof, no question about
Would the court reporter please swear in the witness?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Officer DiAlisi, I understand that in 1978 you were present on August 8th during an altercation that occurred with Adelbert or Africa.
Yes. And Officer Mulvihill?
What does that have to do with May the 13th? The officer was tried and found not guilty of that offense.
That was going to be my next statement, Mr. Mozart. Officer, we understand that you were charged in connection with that case, and also we understand that there was a direct verdict by Judge DeBona of not guilty in that case. Is that correct? That's correct.
They got to just take a position. They must be moving somewhere in Osage, and they're all scattered between 62nd and Osage and 63rd. They're running around like, something's going on in there.
These are live pictures. They are looking for something there.
You can hear howling. Where it was coming from now, I don't know.
When the fire got real heavy and we smelled all the smoke and we couldn't breathe, then that's when we started yelling at kids coming out and then They opened the garage door and opened the cellar window.
What did you say? What did you yell?
We were saying, we want to come out.
You want to come out? And what did the other children do? They do the same thing?
Yeah.
Were any of the children crying?
Yeah, we all were.
Why have you all gone to the back alley?
To prevent the escape of the MOVE members.
Well, what did you expect to find in that alley, the reason why you took a machine gun back there?
I had no idea what to expect in the alley.
Your vantage point was to the back of 6221, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Was there any time that you observed, either with your eyes or your ears, people attempting to come out of that house?
I heard a female scream, "Don't shoot," coming out. That time, Officer Trudell, who was at the rear window, Officer Trudell said, "They're coming out."
If you look carefully, by the way, if you can take a look so I can point to the monitor here, right here is a line of stakeout squad officers. And they seem to be lined up at the ready, waiting for something to happen. They seem to be waiting for something to come out of that house.
You say that Brad tried to take Tommaso out?
Mm-hmm. He was on his knees, and he had Tommaso around the stomach like that.
On his knees, was he crawling along the garage floor?
Brad was.
Now, when they did come out, I see the smaller child come out, and then an adult male come out right behind him.
Yep.
And he stood up
Mama.
and aimed the rifle up in the direction of Officer Barriana's position.
Much love.
And fired like 4 or 5 quick
I'm
shots.
about to do the same
Did
thing.
Conrad have a rifle or a gun when he went out the garage door?
Mm-hmm.
What did he use to open the bolt on the door?
A big monkey wrench.
A big monkey wrench?
Not.
Are you certain it was a rifle and not a monkey wrench or something of that nature?
No, so when this, I know a rifle, believe me. And when this male pointed this rifle up, in other words, I could hear sound, I could see muzzle flashes.
Now you say that some shooting started. Did you hear shooting?
It was like it was just going after each other, like they were going, both were going after each other like that.
Both were going one right after the something like that?
Yeah.
Sergeant Griffith, could you just by rapping on the table indicate the sound, the best you can recall of those shots?
It was not automatic fire, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, could you just try and indicate for me what it sounds like?
Did you ever fire your weapons after the bomb was dropped, Officer Mulvihill?
No, sir.
Officer Dialisi?
No, sir.
He had Tommaso and was taking him out, and then they started shooting again, and then they brought him back in. Then they locked the thing back up.
Did you see the child actually go back into the house?
I believe the child went back into the house.
All right.
Do you have any idea why that person may have gone back into the fire?
My own idea? What I think?
Yes.
I just think they went back into that fire, sort of to regroup.
Well, just as a human being myself, I'm just trying to imagine myself in that situation. And behind me, there's a raging inferno. And in front of me, there are people who are saying, "Come on out." I'm trying to imagine what would cause me to turn back and run into the fire.
I don't think we said anything other than come down to us. Come on down with your hands up. Normal police jargon for calling the suspects to come down.
I'm just saying that I'm trying to put myself in that person's skin.
So I don't think you ever could. We'll move members.
Well, you see, I knew
a lot of those people, as individuals and as human beings, a lot of people know Move from what they may have seen. But I had a lot of dealings with them, and I knew them to be more than Move people. I knew many of them by name, as human beings. It's probably a rhetorical question. I don't think you, from the way you've responded, I don't think you can answer that. Listen.
And then what happened to Tommaso?
Rhonda smacked him like this on his back.
Rhonda had Tommaso, and she was hitting on his back. Was he crying then? He had stopped crying? Did you hear him cry anymore after she was trying to pat him and hit him on his back?
Only one time.
And then what happened?
He stopped.
He stopped? And then what happened?
I'm here, nobody. And I just ran out of there.
Oh my goodness. Well, Larry, the flames are probably now leaping 10 stories high. It just looked like something was completely engulfed. What you're seeing now is
You're telling me that the flames are now leaving high?
I remember Ramona coming from the rear of the Move yard over the fence and down. And she had started to walk down and stop. And she would wave with her hand like this. And then do I see Bertie? The way I described it, looked like he literally came through the fire. And there was a board on fire there, and he hopped over that. And he started coming down.
What did you say when you first ran out of the house?
Saw fire and stuff.
You saw fire. Where did you see the fire?
The tree was on fire and the house was.
And the house was on fire? How about on the ground? Was anything on the ground on fire?
Some of the pieces of the tree was falling down.
Pieces of fire from the tree were falling down? Did the adults tell you what to do if you all got out of the house?
They told us to stay together.
Ramona's up top.
She's on the walkway, the elevated walkway.
That's right. Bertie's in the driveway. Now, as they're coming down, Ramona's a little bit in the front. But at one time, does Ramona stop, and she goes over to the railing on the ronsler and reached over and tried to pick Bertie up. He got, I believe, 1 foot, maybe 2, I don't know, on the bottom of the concrete wall where the fence meets. Okay? And she either let go or slip or whatever. But Bertie fell back. He went back. And I remember he didn't get a chance to put his hands down to break his fall. The impression I was left with, he landed square on his head.
If you're watching somebody or somebody falls and you hear a thud, you can almost feel it. That's the same sensation I think we all got. That we knew Bertie was hurt at this time. It was an actual feeling. We could all feel it.
That's when I fell and then I fainted.
I remember Bertie just laying there, not doing anything. I said, Tommy, here, take my shotgun. I said, I'm going to go get the kid. And I remember him saying to me, I'll cover you.
Mr. Officer Miller saying.
That's right. At one point, did I start out to get Bertie, and that's the first time I realized Officer Terzi was behind me. He grabbed my left shoulder. He said, don't go out there, Jim, it's a trap.
What was your concern, officer?
I don't know how to explain it other than the sixth sense or something, that there was something wrong in the way Ramona went down. I just felt something was incorrect or not right about that situation. I stopped him from going out right at that time. That's all.
I was scared to death. I just didn't want to let that kid lay there like that.
So what did you do?
My priorities at that time were the kid. We're trying to say to him, son, come over here, come over here. We're trying to get him to come to us. This is a result of Officer Terzi saying, be careful, it's not right, or something to that effect. It doesn't feel right. Inadvertently, Bertie gets up. I remember him taking a few steps, and he went down in the water.
Fell?
I interpret it as a fall or stumble or whatever. As soon as he went down in the water, at the same time that I seen that, Officer Terzi is right with me. I said, Mike, I'm getting the kid. And he said, I got you covered. I remember running underneath with my right hand. And I scooped him underneath his left arm.
Was his head submerged under the water?
I don't remember. As soon as he hit the water, I went. I remember as soon as I scooped him up, he said to me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. When the police got you after you finally got out, did they ask you anything about whether or not there were any kids still in the house, or were there any other grown-ups still in the house?
Yeah.
You said there were other kids still there? But do you remember who it was still in the house?
Trey, Netta, Martha and Melissa, Theo, and the big people, Teresa, Rhonda, Ball, Nick, and Brad, and Suzanne.
Ramona Africa, the MOVE spokesperson in recent weeks, is in police custody tonight. She was captured outside the MOVE compound sometime after the massive fire broke out there this afternoon.
The child being treated here at Children's is suffering from second and third degree burns on his arms and legs. All officials know at this point about his identity is that his last name is Africa.
All night long, an increasing number of firemen have been trying to battle what is now a 6-alarm blaze.
There's a lot more water being trained on it, but it looks as though this is going to burn for a long, long time.
We've had a difficult problem. We made a difficult decision. It did not turn out as we intended. As we face the coming days, I ask your prayers for our city, for the homeless families, and for the families of those who lost lives.
In the beginning, MOVE people were the most happiest bunch of people you could ever know. We were a family, peaceful, loving, and in the beginning, MOVE was harassed a great deal. We were beat many, many times. We were jailed many times. And I'm talking about a people who have feelings, who are no different than you or I.
system can convict me of riot and conspiracy in a blatant situation like that where it's obvious to everybody, the whole world, that I did not riot, then it should not be hard to imagine at all why and how this system convicted 9 people of murdering 1 cop. It's the same thing. The system had one intention in both confrontations, to either kill, move people, or to put us in prison as long as possible. It's just that simple.
Is it like being in a war?
There's just too many things that go on to sit here and just say how you felt. I thought about the kids in the house. I thought about my kids. I thought about a lot of things. But to sit here and I don't know. I couldn't answer that.
I've been sitting here listening for many days, and I've read scores of pages of reports and testimony, and it has all been, all of it, very depressing and very discouraging, except what I read about Officer Bergheyer and what I've heard from Officer Bergheyer. And if there's any hope in this whole sorry situation, it's because of that officer, and I want to thank him.
Thank you, sir.
I think you've done such a good job. I'm going to stop my questions now, and I want to thank you for taking all this time and coming in and chatting with us. That'll bring a smile to your face, won't it? And I want to thank your dad, Mr. Ward. Thank you very much for your cooperation, and Mr. Schrager, of course.
Thank you.
This will conclude this deposition testimony of Michael Ward.
As of today, you, the people, have all the principal facts which tell the story of the Osage Avenue tragedy. Rarely has any community ever subjected itself to a public self-appraisal as painful and necessary as this has been. But we believe that this process is absolutely necessary to prevent such a terrible thing from ever happening again. And now I declare these public hearings to be in recess until further notice.
On that note, people, I just pretty much ran through information showing that timeline doesn't matter. Try to build up, separate from system, deal with truth, they come with destruction. See? But do not fear. In this time, we need to. It's going to be whatever it's going to be. But the truth lives. One love.